Listen, I have been. They're getting kind of rusty and old. You ready to start?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd take your seats, we're going to start in 1 minute. All right, good evening, everyone. This is the Gary Sansing Public Forum, October 6th, 2022. It's 4:32 p.m. Citizens wishing to speak must sign up. Forms are located in the back of the chambers. Please turn your cell phone to the vibrate, silence, or off setting. The Gary Sansing Public Forum is intended for matters not included on the agenda for the upcoming Board of County Commissioners meeting. Citizens wishing to address items on the agenda should sign up to speak to such items at the regular Board of County Commissioners meetings, which will follow this meeting. Speakers shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or other behavior which interferes with the orderly conduct of the Gary Sansing Public Forum. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chairman to allow sufficient time for all speakers. At the chairman's discretion, the Gary Sansing Public Forum may end 5 minutes prior to the scheduled start of the upcoming Board of County Commissioners meeting to allow that meeting to commence on time. And now we will have our speakers. We have 10 speakers. Each speaker will get 3 minutes. We'll start today with Shirley Pirates, followed by Darren Flanders.
Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Pieritz, and I live at 1385 Finley Drive. I am here to speak in opposition to the proposed Outpost Bayou rental complex regarding life safety and parking. There is no turnaround room for ambulances, fire trucks, or garbage trucks in this new development. There are at least 200 vehicles of the tenants with no place to park. If they park on the street, it creates significant issues for life safety vehicles. Will garbage just not be picked up if the cars are in the way? The developer could engage a company to sweep the streets at night, towing any vehicle parked in the street. While that solution does address garbage, it does not address inadequate parking. Will the tenants park at a nearby neighborhood Walmart or the streets of nearby neighborhoods? Are these tenants at risk of getting hit by a car as they walk a full mile to their apartment? Certain Walmarts in Pensacola are notorious for safety problems. Will such safety issues spread to this neighborhood Walmart? Will a student be at risk on their long hike? When an incident occurs and a family sues, do we not think that a court of law will want to know why a development was approved with clearly understood inadequate parking? The parking issue is, I believe, a life safety issue. Years ago, when I had a project at the DRC, the reviewer wanted to know how many patients and how many employees would be present so they could calculate the appropriate number of parking spaces. Yet now, the same number of parking spaces is used for a one-bedroom retiree complex as it is for 4 college students per apartment. This is not logical, nor does it provide for tenant safety. Please, Commissioners, direct staff to ensure that there is adequate parking in this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darren Flanders, you're up, followed by Will Smith on deck. Darren, welcome. You're recognized.
Hey, welcome. Thank you. I'm back again about the library. Welcome, Mr. May. There's been some good progress, but it's because of citizens taking action, not because of leadership. And I'm pleading with you to help us with the library. As you know, well, you might not know this, but one sex offender that was arrested here probably about a month ago that frequented the library, outside the library, slept at the library. Had another gentleman Friday week that was arrested, had felonies in Alabama, that was sleeping behind the library. And this is allowed. But it was only allowed until the Pensacola police informed us that they can actually do something, and there's no loitering signs behind the library. If it wasn't for those signs, they could not push people away that are sleeping there. And I would really plead with you guys to examine what's going on. How would you like it if you had criminals and you had no idea that there were sex offenders sleeping behind your library that's right in front of your house, or felons that are back there, people defecating and urinating continues. And I sent some ordinances to some of the leaders, and I would hope that we can put some no trespassing signs up. That's all it takes. And if the police inform me, they're the ones that sent me the ordinances. So if we have those posted, can you guys help me, Mr. May? Can you help with that? Can you guys help us to enforce these rules just for our safety? Because, there was I guess I was out of town, but a bomb threat after the security guard was finally let go, and some things happened that he should have never been a security guard at our place. So what I would really love is for you guys to come down and talk to some of the people in the library, even some of the homeless people that I know personally that I talk to every day, that use the library in the proper way. There's some things that we found out that I think that you guys would all be shocked about sex offenders touching a young girl in there here probably a month ago. So I'm sorry, I didn't see my time, but.
No, you're good. You've got about 25 more seconds.
So can I have a commitment from you guys to come down and meet and walk around? And I think, Todd came up to me over the library, and I was pleased that his attitude with me was great, and we're trying to work to make things better at the library. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Flanders.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just real
Yes,
quick.
please.
We are
You're
reviewing, I have asked Allison and legal to review the city ordinances. We do have some drafts of some signage that's going to be going up. Additionally, this weekend, we're going to be coming to the library with a different security company called Triton. They will begin patrolling that parking lot at night, a couple of times a night over the weekend. And then on Monday, we'll start that new service. And I believe it will be a little bit more aggressive in how we patrol that area and secure that area. So hopefully with these measures in place,
Thank you.
and I think Darren's exactly right, those are city ordinances, and they're on the books, and then the PPD can absolutely enforce them. So that's where it falls. So
Fantastic.
thank you.
Thank you.
There it is.
Even when Wes disagrees with me, he always tries to help me. So thank you, Wes.
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Flynn, as you know, I go by the library every week. There's not a time I don't go to West Side of Downtown
Yes, sir.
Library. I'm there every week,
Okay.
a couple
I'd
times.
love to have a cup of coffee with you. I live on the corner. I'd love to walk. And
Yeah, that's it.
so, and I know, is it Audrey?
Yeah.
She's amazing, and she needs a raise. She always helps me, and I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Will Smith, you're up next, followed by Victoria Griffin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee, members.
Good afternoon.
I came down here on several occasions, speaking about things. I want to commend you for speaking out against the incident at Bellevue Park.
Thank you.
But, robbery at Walmart, stabbing at Oakwood Terry, people being ran down on the street, and don't nobody seem to bother. They care more about dogs and cats than a person. And, you know, like I said, to top it off with the Bellevue incident, it's very disturbing. See, because it just doesn't affect certain individuals, it affects the whole community. See, because it gives people the idea that they can go in and do what they want to do and keep going. Whereas I'm asking about security. You know, in certain places, all over Pensacola, really. You know, because incident like this can happen anywhere. And it shouldn't be addressed as long as it doesn't affect the individual nearby. It should affect everyone because it's supposed to be some kind of concern about things of this nature. And you can't stop all crimes. That would be impossible. But in a situation like this, there should have been some better security. You know, I was informed that, and I don't actually know this hearsay, the guys that got into a fight, guys come back with masks on, here's people laying down dead. It was families out there, children's out there. Anything could have happened, not just in that area, but all over Pensacola. So I'm just asking about security. What kind of thing have you all implemented to talk to the sheriff department and, you know, try to see if, beef up some security around here in Pensacola? It's because too much is going on. So my thing is, have y'all gotten with the people who are in charge or try to beef it up, or?
We're working with the sheriff actively.
Y'all working with?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
And with the Parks Department and with off-duty officers for the next 7 home games. We've got a plan. We're being very proactive.
That is a blessing,
Thank you.
because too much is going on, and I appreciate your time, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for being
Something
here.
needs to be done.
Appreciate you being here. Victoria Griffin, followed by Jim Haynes.
Good evening. I am still against the Outpost Bayou Townhomes. In speaking with many in the Development Review Committee, they have told me that the standards that the developer has to meet in Escambia County are extremely low. Why is this the case? They have told me that it is up to the commissioners who can change these. So I ask each of you not to delay this and implement these changes now. Anything that has not been built yet needs to be updated to these standards. What can the county do to raise these standards where it protects the neighborhoods? Let's strengthen the county. Let's not weaken it. Some of the ideas are, let's start out with large tree buffer zones in neighborhoods, 50 to 100 feet based on the height of the units, using updated NOAA 14 for the water tables, parking spaces for real living, not some pretty design, notifying all surrounding neighborhoods with issues that would change the makeup of the residents. Penn Air is an example of one that could have been designed a little bit better. I am extremely worried and scared about the flooding and wind damage with the current design of the East Holding Pond for the Outpost Bayou Townhomes. This needs to be redesigned to have a 75-foot buffer with trees to block the wind. Otherwise, my home will be in direct hit. The holding pond needs to be using the updated NOAA 14, as old data currently being used is 20 years or older. Is the county prepared to repair the damages to my home if flooding and wind damages occur due to the poor design currently being considered? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jim Haynes. Jim Haynes, you're up. And Jedrick Horn, you're on deck. Jedrick Horn, you're up next. Good evening, Jim. Thanks for being here. You're recognized.
Thanks, sir. My name is Jim Haynes. I live at 1220 JoJo Road. I'm here in opposition to the proposed Outpost Bayou rental complex. I would like to address parking and traffic. As others have pointed out, there are at least 200 vehicles with no place to park. In other counties, such rental complexes have designated parking lots or a multi-story parking garage in the middle of the complex. It allows for adequate parking close enough that tenants can not have to literally walk a mile to get to, and safety concerns are addressed by walking being contained within the complex itself. Please direct staff to obtain the specifics on the parking at this complex. To adequately account for sufficient parking, there most likely will need to be a reduction in the number of units. It is not prudent to kick the can down the road and not get details from the developer at this stage. Regarding traffic, please make West Side Drive a corridor, a major street servicing Walmart, 2 large Penn Air Federal Credit Union buildings, and this complex. There could be street lighting and sidewalk. There was some talk about widening JoJo there. I was just thinking the other day, if they take 7 feet, which is the easement off of my driveway, I wouldn't be able to park my truck there. Our garage is not long enough for my truck to go in there. But anyway, so I'm asking in also the apartments on the other side of the street, their parking spaces are on the road too. So if you cut that off, they wouldn't be able to park in front of their apartments. So we would like for you to dead end JoJo, make all the traffic go down West Side, and revert it, JoJo, back to the local road with all development traffic going through West Side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jedrick Horn, followed by Tyler Miller. Tyler Miller, you're on deck.
Good evening.
Good evening.
On Thursday, October the 6th, approximately 4:47. The last time I stood before you all, I said to myself that in the near future, I would become a supporter. I would become a supporter to the people that were speaking at the public forum on serious matters due to all the chaos that's going on in the city. Yes, chaos, complete disorder and confusion at the hands of kids that's lost with no direction. Due to all the unfortunate events, as well as a matter that was brought to my doorstep, I had to speak before you today. About 2 weeks ago, which I have the exact date as well as the time, it was spoken. I was told by a good friend of mine that a gentleman approached him at Sam's and told him that I need to stop coming down to the public forum talking BS. And what the gentleman had said was incredulous to me, a state of disbelief. Why I couldn't believe what was said, but most of all, the person who said it. If the concerns of what's going on in Pensacola is BS to the gentleman who made that statement, as well as the people who feel the same way, I would say that they are in denial as well as being selfish concerning the war zone that's taking place in our city. Yes, war zone, an area that's marked by extreme violence. Just take a look at all the events that transpired just last week and happened, or whatever you want to call it. I thank God that this matter is some BS to me, because if I felt that way, I myself would be in denial as well as selfish, and meaning I would only care because I had my own self-gain as well as a personal agenda. Yes, this is personal for me, because I'm passionate about these matters and what's going on in our city right now. A lot of people who know me may not understand the way I feel, but once upon a time, I was one of these kids, lost with no direction, and I finally got a reality check on life, and as it was brought to my doorstep. God has placed the right people in my life as of now, as well as a new outlook on life and what I stand for. We as citizens shouldn't have to look over our shoulders while we're in public. The elderly people shouldn't have to feel as though they've become prisoners in their own homes. I have a mother in whom 81 years old, who's every time she leaves the house, she's afraid. I have aunts, I have uncles, the same day. Every day God awakes me, I worry about my family, as well as the innocent people who have become victims to this plague of violence in our city.
You've got about 5 seconds to wrap it up.
This kid right here, this was the kid that was shot down at the park in
Yes, sir.
Pensacola.
Thank you
And
very-
other kids was out there seeing
Okay,
this.
thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your time's up. Tyler Miller, you're recognized, followed by Chris Kerb.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Miller, and I'm running for sheriff because crime in this county is out of control. Violent gangs are terrorizing our families. Dangerous fentanyl-laced drugs are poisoning our children. Hordes of thieves decide that they can just walk into our businesses and steal from hardworking, honest folks. And it's gotta stop. And all of this is Chip Simmons' fault, because Chip Simmons is treating the sheriff's office like it's his own personal PR firm. And he's letting these gangs and these criminals run rampant in our community, and it's gotta stop. It's time for law and order in Escambia County again. I am the law and order candidate that is going to restore Escambia County to an honest, hardworking, wholesome community the way it was when I grew up here, the way it ought to be. We ought to have a sheriff that's going to let the criminals know that if they want to come into Escambia County and steal from our hardworking, honest families and terrorize our families with violence, that they're going to have two options in Escambia County, and it's going to be a pair of handcuffs or a bullet, and I'll be happy to give them either. Now, here in Escambia County, we believe in the Second Amendment, and it's about time that we started having law enforcement that actually empowered our citizens to stand their ground, because that's the law here in Escambia County. We believe in defending ourselves. Now, I came here to announce my candidacy to you, and to everybody in the audience, to everybody here watching at home. This campaign is for you. Because Chip Simmons only cares about you if you live in East Hill or down on Pensacola Beach, but for the rest of us living in Warrington and Bellevue and all the other parts of Century and northern Escambia County, Chip Simmons doesn't care about you. Let's get that straight. Chip Simmons does not care about you. Because all Chip Simmons wants to do is brag about his Corvette and put his face on every single billboard throughout the county and show up to fancy black tie galas and put on his cowboy hat and throw on a show like everything's just fine, like we don't have gangs running around shooting up football fields full of our kids. It's got to stop, folks. We need law and order in Escambia County again. Now, I came here to talk to you because I expect that when I am elected to sheriff, that I'm going to be working with all of you to make sure that we step up resources for law enforcement, to make sure that we get the patrols we need to keep our families safe. I intend to work with each and every single one of you to make sure that we hire more deputies, step up patrols, increase substations, and modernize our approach to law enforcement to restore law and order in Escambia County again. I'm Tyler Miller. I'm running for sheriff because these are the stakes: to live in an Escambia County that's safe for our families and businesses, or to watch it further decay and spiral into more violence and drugs.
Thank you. Chris Kerb, followed by William Banks.
How y'all doing this evening?
Doing great.
Are we seeing drainage problems increase or not in Escambia County? That's a question for you guys. Last board meeting, I mentioned and suggested that we start doing stormwater management through a watershed approach. We need to know how much water is coming in our watersheds and how much water is going out. And when something's built in a basin, we need to know what that impact is to that basin and the properties in that basin, and what the cumulative impacts of the developments and projects that are in that basin. I want to give you a good example to start with is the Scenic Hills Basin Study that was done in 1994. You actually have in your LOST 424 planned budget to update that basin study. So why is this a good example to do a watershed approach? Well, you've got a lot of commercial projects over the years: Battery Source, Penn Air Bank, University Townhome Center, Gatewood Apartments. That's your cumulative impacts. You've had some Powys County projects: Jernigan, Sunnyhanna at 9 Mile Road intersection, Jernigan Cody safety improvements, University Boulevard outfall. None of these have been included in the 1994 basin study. Current projects: Wood Run Bridges, Woodlands Drainage Project. I think there's even a 9 Mile Road project with DOT going on. Why is that important? Well, today you got Outpost Bayou and you got a lot of people coming up here fussing about it. Jean Brown called me, and I spoke with her, and I took a look at the drainage calculations and submittal for that project. Looks like the engineer record may have missed a little bit of upland acreage in his calculations from Finley Drive. I mean, do we really need to have a Hurricane Ian hit the Panhandle for us to change our regulations? I mean, we changed after the April 2014 storm to a 100-year storm event, but we're still using NOAA Atlas 14 data. Victoria Griffin called me up and asked me, what's the difference in NOAA Atlas 14 and FDOT Zone 1? Well, it's 2.76 inches for the area that this is being developed. You take 2.76 inches over 28.2 acres, and you get 282,000 cubic feet. That's a lot of water that's not accommodated in the drainage system. You look at the whole entire basin, about 500 acres up gradient of Woodlands subdivision, and you get 5 million cubic feet of drainage that is not accommodated in your basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. William Banks, followed by George Levy.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is William Banks. First, I want to apologize to Mr. Chairman. I sent you an email that had Wilson Roberts' name.
I get those sometimes. It's kind of funny.
But I think everyone, I don't know what happened. That's why I resent the email to you guys to show the revised economic impact, which is we can round it off to $1.5 million for a 2-day event. That is a lot of money. That is not bad. I don't know any other event that runs only 2 days is bringing in that kind of revenue and return on the kind of investment. So while I'm here today, and really what I want to talk about, I know I don't have much time, and I know this is not the right forum to talk about it in. I went back and looked at some of the other stuff from Visit Pensacola and stuff like that, how they award monies and stuff. A lot of those people are not required to be a nonprofit organization. And so what I'm trying to say, if I come before the board and trying to get some funds to continue to keep this thing going and try to get it to $2 million, maybe $3 million, if the investment return back to the county, back to the tourists, to the TDC, to the tax dollars, is say 10 times more than what you guys award, that is just good business. That is not bad business, whether I'm for profit or whether I'm nonprofit. Now, I think at the end of the day, what we really need to look at, who we giving money to, what is the return on your investment? If they're not bringing back $1 million, a couple of $1 million, why do we continue to do it? My numbers are here. All you guys have the numbers. So basically, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Cadillac. George Levy, followed by Jean Brown.
Hello, George Levy. Hello, Commissioners.
Hello.
Thank you for letting me speak. I have a couple concerns. One is contractors' control. This thing with the banks, construction company and whatnot. Why aren't victims being given more money back of their own money? Should the victims be made whole and return more of their hard-earned money? Maybe there should be an incentive to return the money to the victims in order to keep them from going to jail or reduce jail time proportional to the amount returned. Number two, and it's mentioned a couple times, crime. How many of those apprehended for violent crimes are repeat offenders? Why are there so many violent types all running around loose? Seems to be a lot of repeat offenders. If there is a greater punishment, maybe they might not want to go back to jail so soon. Infrastructure. Can the Escambia County infrastructure withstand and survive a storm like we just had Ian? Nothing like a flooded interstate when you need it the most, such as at the I-75 in Southwest Florida. Stormwater and sediment controls. Why is the county allowing lots to be totally cleared? Why no buffer zones? Is this a violation to the Florida Stormwater Erosion and Sediment Control Manual?
Thank you, George. Gene Brown, followed by Rhonda Wood. Rhonda Wood, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Jean Brown of 1475 Finley Drive for 54 years. I oppose the Outpost Bayou development. We still have stormwater runoff problems, and I would like to probably repeat some of the things that I've said. If you look at this, this is Finley Drive, and it shows the high point on the south side with the direction of the water flow going west, starting at about 108 feet elevation, going east, goes down to about 80 at my place. At my home, it's 77, goes on to the Bayou Outpost, flows across my yard, floods my house and my yard, and flows off my northeast corner at 66 feet elevation, going toward Thompson Bayou. The high elevation is about 108 on the south side of Finley, down to a low of about 66. On the east side is over toward Governor's Gate, at the east side of Bayou Outpost. The elevation is 65 to 68 feet and apparently drains onto, going down to the 55-foot low unnamed tributary that flows on into Wood Run subdivision, causing serious flooding over there. The pre-development and post-development shows, the pre-development shows 2.5 acres on the property that drains onto my yard. The post-development shows that it's flowing toward the storm sewer on Coastal Way. Would it still have to flow uphill, or will there be grading done to correct that and the whole general area? There is the pre and post development drainage basin shows about 17 acres when there's actually 22 acres in the development property. Problems: my property floods with no county drainage easement for runoff to flow through my property. They say we have no stormwater management system. It is somewhat piecemeal, but it does not function adequately. It includes roadside swales, inverted crowned roadway, driveway culverts, pipe, inlets, storm sewer drains. There are 3 at the T on Finley. They can run the Kentucky Derby in 2 minutes, but I can never seem to
I'll
get
tell you,
finished. And
3 minutes goes quick.
so thank you
Goes
very
quick.
much.
Thanks for being
Remember
here.
Finley JoJo.
Yes, ma'am. Rhonda Wood, and our final speaker thus far that we have, after her will be Larry Downs.
Hi, I just wanted to second what Mr. Smith was talking about, the ballpark. I get a little emotional about it because that's in my backyard. Something really needs to be done. I'm usually here doing the flood defending things. The flooding at the ballpark also still needs to be addressed. But it was mass chaos Saturday. Ambulances and fire trucks trying to get in there, cars trying to get out. The traffic needs to be addressed. I've begged for no parking signs since February, and they're still allowed to park wherever they want to park. But as long as you guys are doing something about it, that's all I'm asking. But I just wanted to, it's in my neighborhood, and I was highly offended by the people talking bad about Bellevue. Those coaches and parents and kids deserve better than what they're getting.
They do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here. And we did have one final speaker show up, Mr. William Norvell. Yes, sir. This item that you've signed up to speak is on our regular agenda, so I'm going to disregard this, and if you'd like to stay, we'll have that discussion in the regular meeting. So the final speaker tonight, Larry Downs Jr.
Hello, hello. Larry Downs Jr., 12156 Havburg Drive, Pensacola, Florida. One of the things that I wanted to speak on tonight is rules and laws that apply to us, but not to y'all. You know, so I mean, it's kind of a little bit hypocritical whenever y'all get up here and preach stuff to us that is not even true. So anyways, let me read this one first. I got a whole list of records here, but let me read this one first, because this is the first one. I just happened to pull this video up. It was the very first one. It was just coincidental. Literally, it was coincidental. This is the first video I pull up. County commissioners, just type it in. Boom, came up. And this is Commissioner Stephen Berry on one of his recusals. I'm sure you've already seen the video, but I just want to read it here. Which creates a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 112.3143, Florida statutes, or an appearance of a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 286.012, Florida statutes, is, I have provided, this is from Stephen Berry, Commissioner, I have provided financial services for some employees of Southeastern Pipe and Precast, which is a company that has principles in common with Heaton Brothers Construction. I appreciate y'all's indulgence and thank you. We had a motion and a second. Please vote. Item passes 3-2 with Commissioner Grover, or 3-1. Commissioner Grover Robinson absent, and myself, Commissioner Berry, abstaining. Now that is not even a direct appearance of a conflict. That is a principle of interest to another company. So, I mean, we can see that it's clear. It's clear and evident that this statute allows for a recusal for even an appearance of a conflict. So our attorney, Allison Rogers, was correct. The other two attorneys were correct. Y'all were wrong, and that's fine. You mentioned all the reasons why you weren't going to kick me off the board, which really was the reasons why you were. So I would appreciate just some honesty and just say, hey, Larry, we don't like you, or we don't like the way you speak. You're politically incorrect. You say things that inflame us. Just say that. Don't say that I'm doing something that's wrong that y'all do. Isn't that crazy? It's bizarre. I'll see y'all on the next agenda item.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers. Any speakers? Any more speakers? We're adjourned.
and they're doing so good in football. I'm glad y'all got Wes, man. Wes, man, he's some good fun. He's not out there working crowd. He's just a good old boy. He's going to do it right. He's connected. Yeah, I was sitting here bragging. Hey, that chain down. I was bragging. You'll be a lot better than practically any county administrator we've had. And nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. No, I'm happy to be here, whatever y'all need. One lives here in town, then I got one young he owns a hunting ski in there. He's a niche. He invented it like 5 years ago. That's why I should have and he's a promoter, so he's promoted. He owns the company, so he's just that's the key is marketing. He's good. Hey, if you can't get the word out, you don't matter how good you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start this meeting in about 1 minute. If you could help us out by finding your way to your seat. Thank you. All right, good evening. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting, October 6th, 2022. It's 5:32 p.m. Please turn your cell phone to the vibrate, silence, or off setting. The Board of County Commissioners allows any person to speak regarding an item on the agenda. Speaker is limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chairman to allow sufficient time for all speakers. Speakers shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or other behavior which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Upon completion of the public comment period, discussion is limited to board members and questions raised by the board. This evening, Commissioner Berry has a guest for his invocation. Commissioner Berry, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to have a good friend of, I think, everyone on the dais, Pastor Gordon Godfrey for Marcus Point Baptist Church, if you don't mind coming forward and doing the invocation this evening.
Let's bow our heads and pray together. And our Heavenly Father, we are so, so thankful to you that we can be here tonight in freedom and do the business of the county. We pray, God, that you'd guide the thoughts and the words. And Lord, those things that need to be said, may they be said, and things that are not important or they don't need to be said, I pray that you'd guide those words as well. God, we are so grateful for these men and women that lead in this county. We pray that you'd bless them in every way. Now, be in this meeting tonight, we ask you to receive glory from everything that's done and said. For we pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And Pastor Godfrey, thank you for being here this evening. It's always great to see you. Any items to be added to the agenda? Madam Attorney?
Actually, yes, sir. It was distributed at your stations. This is a recommendation concerning replacing the alternate on the canvassing board for the general election.
Yes, ma'am, we got it. Commissioner Bender?
It'll be an item on here. I was gonna.
You gonna distribute it?
No, it was item 31. I'll match that.
Okay, all right.
So just add to it.
Okay, fantastic. Commissioner?
No add-ons.
Commissioner May?
No, sir.
All right, and Commissioner Underhill's not here. I have nothing to add to the agenda. Very good. Chair would entertain a motion on this.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the agenda. No further discussion, please vote.
Mr. Chairman, the whole board hasn't logged in yet. Sorry, I'm missing someone.
Okay, all those
Oh,
in
wait,
favor?
we just got logged in. Do you want me to run it through the software?
Yeah,
I'll do it real quick.
Either
No
that, we can
problem.
go old school, either which way. There it is, all right. Okay, the agenda is adopted 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill not present. All right, Commissioners Forum. Commissioner Barry, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bender, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I'd like to defer to Commissioner May for a minute, please, sir.
Absolutely. Commissioner May, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Bender. Unfortunately, once again, in our parks, a senseless acts of violence has happened at the Bellevue Park. It's unfortunate what's happened. It's very personal to me, and thank you, Commissioner Bender, because I know the victims and I know many of the people. Commissioner Bagash, I want to thank you for, on Saturday, yielding and certainly supporting me as we went out there in a very tough time. I want to thank Michael Rose. I want to thank Wes. But I want to assure the citizens that we are safe. I mean, we have over 12,000 young people who weekly participate in youth activities. And so to eliminate games and to let the criminals win would be wrong for our children. And so there are protocols that are being put in place. We are working with the Sheriff's Department. Our parks will no longer look like the parks that they look now. Commissioner Bagash certainly will be bringing forth in our meeting with the sheriff of bringing drones overneath, putting cameras in all of our parks, lighting our parks up, putting safety and providing extra security. And I want to assure the citizens that it is of no fault of our youth organizations that these acts of violence are happening. We can't speak for Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, nor the city, but for the county, we have certainly put our money where our mouth is, and that we're hiring additional deputies. But make no mistake, we can't put enough deputies in to change the culture. It relies on our coaches, our volunteers, our faith base, our civil rights, our community leaders. And so to all of those young people who witness the senseless acts of violence, we've done what we could do. We're going to continue to provide trauma care. We're going to continue to work with our youth parks, but we're going to hold people accountable. And so on tonight, we do ask that this community, those people, there were thousands of people that were there, and there were people who have information that can lead to the conviction or at least finding out who committed these acts of violence. And so I want to petition our community to stand up, call Crime Stoppers. There's a $15,000 reward that the sheriff has announced on yesterday. If you have information, please get that information to the sheriff. And I certainly want to thank, again, our staff. And there's no reflection on the ballparks and the leadership of what has happened. I certainly understand that those who were participating in these acts were not parents. They were people that showed up to a public event. And as we've done, whether it be 9/11, whether it be school shooting, we're asking that citizens understand the protocols that will be in place this weekend in all of the parks across Escambia County. It will be inconvenient. It will be things that you've never seen before, but we're asking that the citizens understand that the number one priority for the elected official is the safety of the citizens, and we're going to implement some strong measures through our Parks and Rec, through the Sheriff Department, to make sure that the safety of all our children is in place. And we ask that people continue to come out and support our children. And so when people talk about youth and violence, I see people in public forum, there's no youth program that will curtail or censor the acts of adults. And so people have a misconception that there was a lot of young children out there committing these acts. It's adults who are 30-plus years old. And so please, let's not hold our children accountable for the senseless acts of violence that adults have done. And so, Commissioner Bender, thank you. I know it's near and dear to your heart as you're at NEP, and Commissioner Berry in Cantonment and Commissioner Bagash in Bellevue. I want citizens to really understand that this board has not only been reactive but proactive in taking care of the children in our parks. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lumen. Okay, back to you, Commissioner Bender. You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Of course, Lumen, our thoughts and prayers over there, everyone that was there, for the kids, for the parents, sometimes we get questioned for why we invest in some outside agency that has a after-school program for children at risk. It is so that they can not fall into this. Again, if you have any information about the shooting, please contact authorities. You can do it anonymously. 433-STOP, I believe is the number, 850-433-STOP. And please consider helping us out. I also wanted to, there's an event October 22nd, No Child Abuse. It's a free workshop at My Father's Vineyard, 7895 Pensacola Boulevard from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. If anyone's interested about learning more about that, again, something that unfortunately occurs in our community that we would love to help put an end to. Also want to recognize some of our emergency management staff who, and also have our thoughts go out to those that have been impacted by Ian. But our emergency management staff has been in Tallahassee assisting the state's response. So Director Gilmore, I think, came back today. And I think we have other operations that are still ongoing over there. So, of course, we appreciate their service and their continued service to help those that have been affected recover from the storm. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Bender. Commissioner Berry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Parks and Rec for getting the venue ready, and the Cantonment Improvement Committee for hosting and taking part in another Reimagine Cantonment event on Saturday at Carver Park. There were many nonprofits and faith-based organizations that take part and did a huge giveaway, food giveaway, baby supplies, school supplies, backpacks, diapers, all kinds of things that folks would need to run their households that may be struggling some. But it's a great organization. It was another great event in Cantonment. And I want to send thoughts and prayers out to the family of Claude Wiley from Cantonment. I met Claude years before, but I really got to know Claude 6 or 7 years ago. And some of y'all may remember at one time there were some issues with the Farm Hill Farm Hill Utilities Board that this board, got a little bit involved in. Madam Attorney was helpful in communicating with some of their board members at different times, and I believe some of their general counsel. But Claude was a board member there for many, many years and helped really right the ship, and was one of the board members that was there previously and stayed on the board through the challenges. And when a few years after that, the organization is very healthy financially, and they're doing very well. And a lot of that was due to the board's willingness to make some changes and to implement some systems, and Claude was a big part of that. And it's reminiscent of what we all hope to do by the boards that we take part in and the organizations we're involved in, is that we come into them in one stature and leave the organization in a much healthier place when we're not serving there anymore. So Claude certainly did that with Farm Hill Utilities. And Lumen, whatever you need from this board, I think the truth is, in this instance, whatever you decide that will be helpful and will be good, your board is going to support. So whatever that is, I don't even know that a lot of that is necessary to come to the board. I think between Wes and Mike Rhodes, they understand the support that you have from your colleagues. So I think just some direction from them for what needs to happen is going to be sufficient. So just whatever you need, whatever is going to be helpful. I know y'all have had a number of meetings since the incident, starting Saturday night and Sunday. If I recall, there were some meetings on Sunday. So it's whatever comes out of those, you're going to have the support of the board and the county. So, and I know you have it from Mike and Wes. So, yep.
Okay. For my part, I want to thank Michael Rhodes and the Parks staff for all the extra effort they put in the wake of the shooting. And I just want to, some special thanks go out to that community. We had about 200 people come last night to Bellevue. Michael Rhodes and Wes Marino ran it. The sheriff was out there. It was a wonderful night. Obviously, there's sadness over what happened, but the children were there having some pizza. We had a couple of counselors there. It's my understanding between 40 and 50 children took advantage of that. So my hat's off to staff and to the sheriff for taking time to be out there for that community. And we were originally going to bring the counselors to Wedgwood. There was a venue change. CMR was able to get that out, so it was a bittersweet, but about as best of a night that you could have in the wake of what happened. I want to thank the sheriff. I mean, the sheriff has stepped up in a big way. I know he's got all of his men and women concentrating on this, and it's just a matter of time until the individuals responsible are brought to justice. So thank him. Thank Lumen May for his leadership Saturday night. This happened and we were all doing different things, and I know he was in his truck immediately heading to my district. So I appreciate that, Lumen. Appreciate Wes letting me know the minute it happened. It sure is nice to have staff that keeps us informed. They don't let us hear about it on Channel 3. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. For many years on a different board, I would learn things I didn't know that I should have known by watching Channel 3. So it's much better here. So I want to thank staff for that. I also want to encourage anyone that knows anything to call Crime Stoppers. You can be anonymous, get the 15 grand. You know who did it. Make the call. You can be anonymous, make the money. And I also want to thank staff of CMR. They're going to help me tape. We had an unusual situation last month for my coffee with the commissioner. We couldn't do it due to some personnel issues, but we're going to do it next Wednesday, and I appreciate the board waiving all adoption fees for 60 days. That's still in effect. So this coming Wednesday, we're going to have a coffee with the commissioner event live from the animal shelter. It's going to be fantastic, and we're going to spotlight a lot of the animals that we have for adoption. One of my goals is to make our shelter a no-kill shelter. I hate it. I don't like to see dogs be euthanized. I have a soft spot for animals, and I know John Robinson's doing a great job. His team does a great job over there. It's just important work. So tune in Wednesday morning at 6:30 and learn all about what your Animal Services Department is doing. And with that, Wes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would just like to reiterate the event that happened Saturday, Michael Rose called me Saturday afternoon, and it took me a second or two to realize what he had just told me. And I said, "What did you just say?" And then he told me, and it was, the images that go through your head immediately are horrific. But I want to thank Michael for taking charge and being out there. I want to thank Sheriff Simmons for being out there and being so collaborative with us and strategizing with us on different things that we can do to help. And I want to thank Commissioner May, Commissioner Bergosh for their leadership and directing, counseling services and different things. And Michael was there last night. And Michael, if you wouldn't mind coming
please.
to the podium, just kind of give us an update on what happened yesterday afternoon.
Michael Rhodes, Parks and Recreation Director. Again, the commissioners have said a lot of what I had some notes to share. It made me want to vomit, frankly, when I got the call Saturday late afternoon, early evening from a colleague of mine, and probably haven't ever driven on I-10 as fast as I did to get there. When I got there, it was chaos. There's no doubt. That's what happens, I'm assuming, in those situations, but it was chaos. It's been a long 4 or 5 days. As Commissioner May said, we couldn't do it without the volunteers. That we had talked about having a counseling event, and originally it was going to be at Wedgwood. The parents at Wedgwood, and I want to stress the parents and leadership at Wedgwood met on Monday as a group. They called me Monday evening, Tuesday morning, I believe, and said, can we please move this back to Bellevue? We want to be at our home turf, at our home field, not at Wedgwood. Nothing against Wedgwood, they just wanted to be back at their home field. We spoke to the sheriff department to make sure that was in the best interest to have them back, based if it was an active crime scene and investigation. So we moved it back to Bellevue. Last night there was 150, 200 kids, cheerleaders, football players, and parents in attendance. Way better attendance than I ever imagined. I didn't know if there'd be 5 people there or 500 people there, but there was 150, 200 people there, getting along, having a nice dinner together, playing on the field, not practicing in a formal setting, but getting along and communicating camaraderie, okay? We had 2 grief counselors in attendance in a casual setting, walking around the facility, asking kids and parents, did they need any help? They did that for the first hour or so. Then they went to private locations within the facility, and I was surprised, but pleasantly surprised, that a good number of kids, upwards of 25, 30 kids, took advantage of this along with parents in private confidential settings. And I spoke to the counselors afterwards. Good stuff. And I told somebody, my wife, last night, I felt pretty good about it. It's about the damn best thing we've done in a while. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Thank you, Michael.
That's the update.
Thank you, man.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to thank Michael Rose and West Marina for their leadership. After leaving Bellevue on Saturday, I was the driver for taking some children from West Florida High School to Mobile to participate. And throughout the hour drive, I was on the phone for an entire hour with law enforcement, with Michael, with park representatives, with Wes. And unfortunately, the kids heard my conversation for the entire hour. And upon getting to Bishop State in Mobile, a young man got off the van and said, "Can I speak to you, Coach Lumen?" And I said, "Hold on, I'm on the phone." I was still on the phone with Wes. And he said, "I'll wait." And so we ended the conversation after getting on Mobile, after being on the phone for an hour dealing with this. And with tears in his eyes, he said, "I'm a student at West Florida." And he says, "I just need to talk to somebody. I need grief counseling." And I will say, Jeff, your leadership and Wes' leadership of us providing that helped the young man, because people thought it was just the children at Bellevue, but it was children all over Escambia County that experienced a shooting and people dying. And so that's the difference that people will make. And this young man's a junior at West Florida High School, a great football and a basketball player that we're going to play in a basketball tournament. And after speaking with him, another young man said, "Coach, I just need to talk to somebody." And these young people were able to talk to somebody. And I think that those are the things that people don't see, that as elected officials, that we have emotions, we have feelings, and we are concerned. And so we were able to help him because he had nowhere else to fall. Had you not taken the leadership and Wes to say, let's get trauma counseling for our kids. So I want to personally thank you, Jeff, because when I made the phone call to you and said it's your district, you did do that. And I do want to acknowledge now, and I've spoken with the mayor. I met with the mayor on yesterday in the city. I talked to our colleagues in Santa Rosa. We do want to offer our prayers and condolences, and I'm not condolences, but prayers to our friends from Milton, because there were kids from Santa Rosa County that probably have never experienced anything like that. That's something that will be embedded in their memory for a lifetime. But on the positive side, probably one of the largest youth football games in the country, the largest youth football, is the Soul Bowl that happens, the Troy Rafferty Soul Bowl, sponsored by Quint and Richie Studer and the Levin Papantonio Rafferty Law Firm at the Blue Wahoos. And so we encourage people to know that we're still going to continue that game. It's not just about the parents, it's the largest youth football game. And so we invite people to come down to the Blue Wahoo Stadium on October the 15th and to show this community that the bad guys, the criminals, can't win.
They don't win.
That the children win in the end. And so we encourage this community, whether you have kids or whether you have children, to please come out to Blue Wahoos on October 15th and support the children. You can go to bluewahoos.com and get your ticket. But we do appreciate Chief Randall and Chief Simmons. We appreciate Quint Studer and the mayor for saying we're going to continue this event no matter what the obstacles are and no matter what the naysayers say, that we're going to do this event for the children in our community. So we do encourage people to come out on October 15th to support the children in our community.
Right
So
on.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner May. And I want to thank staff for arranging the grief counselors. That was a great move. Michael Rhodes, Wes Marino, your staff, thank you for putting that all together and arranging it. The credit really goes to the staff. The staff they are the ones who made it all happen. And when you have a kind of a crisis type situation, that's when you really see if what your team's made of. And I gotta tell you, as horrible as the tragedy was to think about children seeing guys in a shootout and people dying, the way the team came together, the elected officials, the appointed, and the staff, it really was a fantastic show of unity and leadership. So we just got to find a way that this doesn't happen anymore. We got to keep working toward that. So appreciate everyone's comments. Next up on the agenda, we had item 6. We had a plaque for the Florida Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. Unfortunately, there was a scheduling mix-up, so we're going to drop that for tonight. We'll bring it back. Dropping it. So, all right. So we'll now move to the proclamations, and the chair would entertain a motion on the slate of proclamations.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion is second on the proclamations. Please vote. All right, proclamations pass 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill out of town. Okay, we're going to do these one by one. Number 1, adopt the proclamation commending and congratulating Amber McCarver, Environmental Analyst, Natural Resources Management Department, on her selection as Employee of the Month. And I assume Tim Day will be presenting. Tim, you're recognized.
Tim Day, Deputy Director, Natural Resources Management. Commissioners, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Amber McCarver, to kind of give you a hint of how highly we think of her. Between the time we submitted her for Employee of the Month and today, she's been promoted from Environmental Analyst to actually the Lab Manager. So she's put on the big hat. And so with that, I'd like to read this proclamation briefly for you. Whereas Escambia County has established an Employee of the Month program to recognize one employee to represent the various departments, and whereas Amber McCarver, Lab Manager, in the Natural Resources Management Department is selected for Employee of the Month for October 2022 for the standards of excellence that she has displayed in the performance of her duties, and whereas Amber began her employment with the county on October 31st, 2017, and provides excellent service to the citizens of Escambia County through all of her assigned duties, and whereas Amber's primary duties are to run water samples for nutrients and metals, and occasionally fill in for lab technicians to help with excessive workloads to run residuals, chlorophyll, microbiology, oil and grease. And whereas Amber took on the air particulate monitoring program in addition to her regular duties, which requires her to complete air monitoring at a minimum of 12 times per quarter and produce a final report. Amber assembles bottle kits for sampling tea, coordinates the sampling schedule with the field team to maximize analytical batch efficiency, trains the technicians and interns on new methods, and goes in the field to assist with sampling when needed. Amber manages sample login, disposal, and reagent racking. Amber demonstrates exceptional dedication in all of her duties through her flexibility and schedule so that she can receive water samples when they come in after hours to prevent them from going out of hold time, and her desire to broaden her scope of knowledge by attending quality assurance manager training with the Florida Society of Environmental Analysts. And whereas Amber is the Florida Society of Environmental Analysts Region 1 co-director and assisted in organizing the fall 2021 three-day training conference and the spring 2022 sampling workshop, Amber is willing to be present for community town hall meetings when her attendance may be of benefit to the water quality monitoring team. Amber is also a member of the Gulf Coast Citizens Diplomacy Council, where she'll be able to transfer knowledge and experience by interacting with the international scientists serving as council delegates and members. And whereas Amber is an incredible team player and a valuable resource, she helps wherever and whenever she is needed without prompting, and is an expert at troubleshooting and instrument problems, and she is constantly finding more efficient ways to run samples and produce final reports. Now therefore it be proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida commends and congratulates Ms. Amber McCarver on her selection as the Employee of the Month for October 2022. Jeff Bergosh, Chairman, District 1, Douglas Underhill, Vice Chair, District 2, Lumen J. May, District 3, Robert Bender, District 4, and Stephen Berry, District 5.
Wait, where's our camera?
Yeah.
there she is. Right on, now it's time for the speech.
Thank you.
We like that. That's incredible. Congratulations. Commissioner May is walking down, and he will be presenting the proclamation welcoming Sam Sandler and his one-of-a-kind Definitely Magic Show to highlight the value of the deaf and hard of hearing community of Escambia County. And we have American Sign Language translators here. That's the reason. So, Commissioner May, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whereas Escambia County is proud to welcome Sam Sandler and his one-of-a-kind Definitely Magic Show to highlight the value of the deaf and hard of hearing community in Escambia County, Florida. Whereas hailing from southeastern Pennsylvania, Sam has a mystifying and amazing audience for over 2 decades in his award-winning magic shows, a magician, inspirational speaker, and America's only full-time deaf illusionist. Sam works with corporations, schools, churches, and many other organizations across America to create powerful, life-changing events. Whereas one of Sam's main goals is to use magic to inspire others as they are inspired by his willingness to be vulnerable and open about what he calls his own brokenness, and change public perception about what it means to be a deaf magician. Sam has a heart to share his own stories and how through his faith he has been able to overcome his own pain to bring a little more magic into the world we live in. Whereas with over 8,000 live shows in 45 states and Puerto Rico, Sam has perfected the perfect blend of magic and comedy with a powerful and dynamic inspirational message. Sam has traveled across the country, inspiring audiences of all sizes, and was recently named as Close-Up Magician of the Year by the Philadelphia Region Society of American Magicians. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida, congratulates and welcomes Sam Sandler and his show, The Hilarious show of Sam Sandler to Escambia County and invites the public to witness this magic in person Saturday, November the 5th, 2022 at the Rex Theater in downtown Pensacola at 7 o'clock p.m. Jeff Bagash, Chairman; Douglas Underhill, Vice Chairman; Lumen J. May, District 3; Robert Bender, District 4; Stephen Berry, District 5. Thank you.
Thank you guys for supporting this and showing the Delaware Huddersfield community support and just partnering with us and spreading awareness of the Delaware Huddersfield community here in Pensacola. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And next, I'll be adopting the proclamation declaring October 2022 as Disability Employment Awareness Month in Escambia County, Florida, calling all residents to join in raising awareness about disability employment issues and to celebrate the many contributions of persons with disabilities. And joining me at the podium will be Mrs. Deborah Trocchi.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Outstanding. All right. Whereas the purpose of the National Disability Awareness Month is to educate the public about the employment concerns of persons with disabilities and to celebrate the many and varied contributions of America's workers with disabilities. And whereas this year marks the 32nd anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and whereas this year also marks the 77th anniversary of National Disability Employment Month, as Congress in 1945 enacted a law declaring the first week in October of each year National Employ the Physically Handicapped Week. And whereas in 1962 the word physically was removed to acknowledge the employment needs and contributions of individuals with all types of disabilities. In 1988, Congress expanded the week to a month and changed the name to National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And whereas Americans of all capacities require access to good, safe jobs, knowledgeable and resourceful employers know that including different perspectives in problem-solving situations leads to better results, and that hiring employees with differing abilities improves businesses, builds relationships, and spurs ingenuity. Our residents with disabilities deserve the right to live independently, enjoy self-determination, and to be treated equally in the workplace. And whereas the board encourages employers to search for opportunities to hire workers with disabilities. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida, hereby proclaims October 2022 as Disability Employment Awareness Month in Escambia County, Florida, and calls upon all residents to join us in raising awareness about disability employment issues and to celebrate the many and varied contributions of persons with disabilities. Activities during this month will reinforce the value and talent people with disabilities add to our workplaces and our communities, and will also affirm Escambia County, Florida's commitment to an inclusive community. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners calls upon employers, schools, and other community organizations in Escambia County to observe this month with appropriate programs and activities, and to advance the important message that people with disabilities are equal to the task throughout the year. Presented by the Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, on this day, Jeff Bergosh, Chairman, District 1, Douglas Underhill, Vice Chairman, District 2, Lumen J. May, District 3, Robert Bender, District 4, and Stephen Berry, District 5. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you like to say some words?
Yes, please.
Podium's yours.
Thank you. I just want to thank the county commissioners here because Trisanda, who's with your HR department, has been fabulous in doing OJT opportunities for our individuals. And last year, the county was the top employer for us in District 1 as the employer of disabled persons. And this year, we have Innisfree that won it with the Hilton over in Garden Inn. But I'll tell you what, The Innisfree Corporation has just been incredible. Hiring people, helping people with severe disabilities, total blindness, getting opportunities that they can be able to work and support their family. And the county there, this county has been incredible. You are the model. I'm going over to Okaloosa County and saying, hey, Escambia County can do it. You can do it
too.
I mean, you have a lot of opportunities for our individuals, and you guys are fantastic. And thank you very much. I appreciate everything you've done. And this is Brian Mingo. He's our trainer.
Brian, would you like to say some words?
Just quickly, on behalf of the State of Florida Vocational Rehabilitation, in this area, we do appreciate you. We are very grateful for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for what you all do. Thank you. Next up, Commissioner Bender will be adopting the proclamation declaring October 22 as National Pedestrian Safety Month in Escambia County, Florida, and to raise awareness of how important it is for the drivers to slow down and share the road. Commissioner Bender?
Yeah, is Ida here? I don't see Ida here. So I'll probably just present it another time, but
Okay.
Maybe to just take this opportunity. I know we'll have some recognition and remembrance probably at a later date and time, but about 2 weeks ago, someone who did a lot for this community, Jessica Bibza, was struck and killed as she was riding her bike down in the Tampa area. And so, of course, we'd already started on this proclamation. Ida came a couple weeks ago to the board. There have been a number of other fatalities and hit and runs recently. So, of course, it drives home what we try to do with the multimodal and separating pedestrians from traffic. So we'll present this at another time.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner Bender. Well, then the next one will be Commissioner Bender as well, adopting the proclamation declaring the week of October 9th through the 15th as Fire Prevention Week in Escambia County, and to encourage all of our residents to create and practice their fire evacuation plan. And Commissioner Bender, you'll be recognized once you get to the podium, and Eric Gilmore will be receiving. Yes, sir. Eric, thank you for spending the last week plus over in Tallahassee assisting. We appreciate you and all the people from Escambia County that went over to help.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
And Jeff, I know I mentioned it earlier, but I think everything I heard from Eric was that we should be very proud of the emergency management team that we have. That they went over and I don't want to say took charge, but definitely ran with what the assignments they were given, and I think excelled in that, in making sure that those affected had water, ice, getting the pod set up throughout Central Florida. So glad we were able to lend our assistance. But I have this Escambia County proclamation. Whereas October 9 through October 15, 2022 is National Fire Prevention Week, and this year's theme is Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape. And whereas Escambia County is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our county, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the location where people are at the greatest risk from fire. And whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half because smoke alarms sense smoke well before the residents can, alerting them in the event of a fire in which they may also have as little as 2 minutes to safely escape. Whereas Escambia County first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and fire injuries through preventative education, and whereas Escambia County residents are encouraged to make sure their smoke and carbon monoxide alarms are working properly and meets the needs of family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Escambia County Board of County Commissioners that the week of October 9 through October 15, 2022 as Fire Prevention Week, and encourage all of our residents to create and practice their fire evacuation plan. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Jeff Bergosh, Chairman, District 1, Douglas Underhill, Vice Chairman, District 2, Lumen J. May, District 3, Robert Bender, District 4, Stephen Berry, District 5.
We have a great fire prevention program, or people who do fire prevention. If anybody needs assistance getting a program out or getting their smoke detectors installed or even looked at or just doing a home inspection, they can call the fire office, 850-475-5530. We do hand out smoke detectors. Those are important life-saving tools that we try to get out there. Ray Melton does a wonderful job in schools and at community events to get the message out there and preach and teach fire prevention. So if anybody, as I said, needs assistance, please call Escambia County Fire Rescue, and we'll be glad to come out and do an inspection and check your smoke detectors, batteries, and if you don't have one, install them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. All right, item F, we ratified a proclamation that was previously presented at a different venue, so we will now move forward into item number 8, written communication. Madam Attorney, did you want to set the table for that?
I certainly can. I am aware that both attorneys who are involved in this matter are present. Mr. Houston and Carrie Ann Schultz are both here. This involves a request for, well, it's kind of a convoluted request, actually. They're looking to have an offending property with an unsafe structure to escrow some money at closing from another property. And so I'm going to ask probably to let them discuss their ask with the board.
Yes. Carrie Ann, you're recognized. Welcome.
Good evening, fellow board. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you, Ms. Rogers, County Attorney. My name is Carrie Ann Schultz. I have the privilege of handling a real estate closing. Mr. Houston is a fantastic lawyer who has the privilege of being the personal representative's attorney. So what happened? What we are actually asking for is the property that is in question is 10516 Lillian Highway is the one that's under contract to be sold.
Right.
However, because of the fact that 1014 North 6th Avenue is the one that's actually, 60th Avenue is actually in violation. So in the title world, that's considered a bleeding lien. So what has happened was when Ms. Hargrove had passed away, and she was so sick, was not able to take this property and to put it into compliance. Now that she has passed, there is real estate within her estate, but not liquid cash. And so what we would like to do is ask this honorable board to consider doing a partial release of the lien against the Lillian property such that that property can be sold, and the proceeds from that sale, money will be set aside to allow the estate to be able to pay for the violating property to be demolished, which will then put that property into compliance.
Carrie Ann, I read the backup, and it sounds very reasonable to me. The property's in my district, and I've spoken to the attorney about it. The one concern that I had, well, first of all, the property that is under contract that you're going to sell on Lillian Highway is in my district. I believe it has a value of $236 or $260. What is it worth? What's the value of it?
Yes, Your Honor, that's approximately correct.
You can just call me Jeff.
Okay, it's just a respect thing, so.
It's a different Rigosh. I'll have to tell my brother about that. He'll get a kick out of it.
And he too.
I do appreciate that, though. But I think it's reasonable what Mr. Houston has presented. But the one issue that I was concerned about is, number one, how encumbered is that property? What are the proceeds? I mean, in other words, what kind of liens are against that property right now in terms of mortgages or second mortgages or any kind of encumbrances?
Okay, so Mr. Houston, did you want to? Okay, so as far as the estate goes, how this would work on the title commitment, there currently is not a mortgage encumbering that property.
Okay.
However, there are debts within the estate that would be subject to priority as it relates to the proceeds of that sale. So once that closing happens, that money would go into the estate bank account. What our goal would be to hold back that money to pay the contractor to demo
Right.
60th Avenue.
And okay, that was my concern. So we would get that money first before it passes out of the escrow to the estate.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I would be holding that in escrow so that we could pay the contractor to demo 60th Avenue to put it into compliance, correct?
Okay. And the estimate that was in the backup was about $12,500.
That's correct.
Now, like, my concern is I don't know if that's a current accurate estimate for what it would cost, and my concern would be is if that amount increases and you've already closed on the property. So how do we ensure that whatever funds come out of this sale is going to be enough to abate the other property that has the liens.
Okay, so right now, we're not asking for any type of abatement at this time. We are holding that, we're tabling that issue. We're not asking for forgiveness of that. All we're simply asking for is today is
No,
a
no,
partial
we're-
release.
We're going to be asking that you abate those other properties before we do anything.
Correct.
So how do
Okay.
we know that the $12,500 is going to do it?
Because I've already personally talked to the contractor today to make sure that invoice would be honored to the extent that this board agreed to go ahead and do the partial release.
Okay. And then the other issue is you've got some hard costs. Tim, what about $1,000 in hard costs, which we cannot waive? We want that money out of escrow as well. And then you had $23,000 or so in fines. Now, in the past, the board has waived fees and fines. We simply never waive the hard costs. Tim, and I understand where you're at.
Yeah.
Tim, you want to explain your position here, what we need to do to make sure the county's interests are protected?
Thank you, Commissioner. So I think the easy remedy that they've proposed since this was originally submitted is for tonight, they're only asking for, that was me for a second. They've only proposed or only requesting the partial release for the sale.
Yes.
They will deal with if that's allowed, they'll abate the property and they'll follow the normal process to deal with the liens that have accrued against the property that is in violation.
Does this, you're the head of code enforcement, you deal with these all the time. Seems reasonable to me, but your professional opinion means a lot to me before I make this motion.
Yes, I certainly don't have an objection to it because it goes and brings this property on 60th Avenue into compliance and finally relieves that.
Mr.
But-
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
while Tim's still there, what about the figure? I mean, do we need to fluff the number up a little bit? That's, Mr. Chairman, I don't have an issue with this hypothetically. I do want to make sure there's enough money that's set aside for the demo. And, contractors sometimes don't perform as they've agreed to perform. So, I'd be more comfortable fluffing the number up a little bit that's held back. And if we can come to an agreement for what that figure might be, then I'm okay with it.
And I was thinking along the same lines as you when I was speaking with staff about this yesterday. I was thinking like maybe 15, and then whatever the cost is, we would rebate the difference back to them once it was abated.
I think it's going to escrow, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
17.5 or something would be fine. That
You're
would,
gonna give it back.
17.5 would cover the hard cost as well if we ended up, and, the hard cost could be paid. We could then have a secondary, an additional action that came back before us where we released the remainder of the escrow after covering the hard costs and the court cost, or the hard costs that are on the property. I'm good with that.
Okay, so
And I think
17.
that's being very reasonable for Mrs. Schultz and for Mr. Houston. And
So
for his client.
17.5 would be the number. That would include the hard costs, and then anything subtracted from the hard costs and what the contractor actually cost to abate it, we would find a way to, you would come back and request that. Is that about it, Steve?
Yeah, and our people would need to make sure that it's in compliance and everything.
Yep.
We would inspect the demo and make sure that it's demoed to the same way the county would have done it or the county's contractor would have done it. And as long as we do that, I'm good with it.
Carrie Ann, if that works for you, I'll request a
So,
motion.
and Jeff, we're going to deal with the daily fines after this, right? We're not dealing with the 21,000
I
daily
think,
fines?
I think that.
That's going to come back later, Carrie Ann?
Yes.
Okay.
Once
right, that's fine.
Once the property's in compliance.
Once it complies,
That's
okay.
correct. That's correct.
All right, the chair would entertain a motion on that.
I'd make a motion to give a partial lien release with the condition that we escrow, or that there is $17,500 escrowed from the proceeds of the Lillian Highway property.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And just to clarify, it's essentially 1 and 2 as described in the backup with the amount increasing to 17.5.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, the second stands. Is that clear, Delana? Okay, all right. Yes, before we make the discussion, first you, Tim.
Sorry, it's just in the motion. I didn't hear that you were also, the discussion talked about the $1,100 hard cost, but I didn't hear it in the motion.
Okay.
So I may have misheard.
But I think we're going to address that when it gets in compliance.
If we're going to bring it back, then I'm okay just leaving it like it is. We're not releasing, we're not releasing it, the property, we're only giving a partial release. We still will have that lien against the 60th Avenue property.
Yeah, you still got $21,000 lien on it
And
until she comes
there's other
back.
property.
Yeah, it's still, yeah.
Okay, all right. Does that clear it up? And then you had one more thing to add?
No,
You're good to go with that?
good to go with that.
All right.
She's billing by the hour. She'll stay here all night.
I'm good.
Carry and go. I mean, you can still bill them by the hour. We got to get out of here.
All right, gentlemen, please vote. Thanks, Carrie, for being here. Mr. Houston, thanks for being here. All right, that passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill off the dais, and appreciate that, Commissioner Berry, and fellow board members, thank you for that. Okay, we're done there. Now we're at number 9. Did the clerk's office receive the proofs of publication for the public hearings on the agenda and the board's weekly meeting schedule?
Mr. Chairman, the clerk's office has received all proofs from the Escambia Sun Press.
Escambia Sun Press, the best written publication in Escambia County. Chair would entertain a motion.
Move to waive the reading.
Motion and a second to waive the reading. Please vote. Motion to waive the reading passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill not present. All right. Next up, Clerk and Comptroller's Report. Cody Lee is here in the place of our clerk. Cody, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's 3 items on the clerk's report. The first is the recommendation concerning the August investment report. The second is a write-off of $111 in uncollectible debt. And the third is a recommendation concerning minutes and reports prepared by the clerk.
Fantastic, Cody. Thanks for being here.
Move the clerk's report.
Motion to second to move the clerk's report. Please vote. Uh-oh, here come the cards. Clerk's report passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill off the dais. Okay, we are now up to the growth management report. Horace Jones, you recognize.
Yes, sir. We have the 545 public hearing concerning the adoption, of an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Article 3, that the BC review and adopt an ordinance amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 5. And if there's any questions, an ECUA representative is here for any questions on the ordinance.
If no one has questions, I will be having questions. Would you please come to the podium, introduce yourself, and then I'll ask my questions.
Hi, good evening. I'm Stacy Hayden, the Director of Engineering at ECUA.
Stacy, thank you for being here. Okay, I know that this was brought to us by ECUA proactively. You guys came, and this is, in reading the backup, it concerns the commercial buildings and the infrastructure with the wastewater collection coming out of commercial buildings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is the reasoning? And I apologize if this seems like I'm not going to badger you or anything, but we've had, how do I put this? We've had some difficult situations with private wastewater systems in my district, and it's created a lot of consternation on this board. We had an entire island that we had to come in and rescue. So when you transfer the responsibility from the ECUA, which is the water, sewer, and garbage utility, to a private developer, and then that guy flips the property, I just want to make sure, what are the liabilities that could be hung on some future owner if we enact what you've requested us to enact?
Understood. And just on behalf of ECUA, yes, we are very sensitive to the issue, I believe, of private lift stations,
Correct.
Private collection systems. You know, we've suffered the brunt of that heat, if you want to call it that as well. The biggest thing here, this is not just a freedom to do all collection systems for commercial developments, to make them private. This will just be selective for those that we believe would kind of fit the mold. And by fit the mold, I mean I'd like to use a big box store that buys a piece of property, they go to develop it, and then they have multiple out parcels. Instead of a gravity system, that's always great if it's available. If it's not, then you have potentially each one of the out parcels in the big box store would have, for instance, a low pressure grinder pump system, wherein each individual unit would have their own low pressure pipeline in the right of way to go to connect to our system. What this would do is, if it were a private collection system, all the multiple out parcels would, or all the parcels would actually discharge to one central grinder pump station, type lift station.
Okay, let me ask you something right there.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so the grinder pump would be on the owner of the property, on his property, not on ECUA's side. So in other words, when the grinder pump fails, that's an added burden on the property owner that he's going to have to pay.
Correct, but that burden would already exist for that property owner. ECUA does not own and maintain grinder pumps on private property.
I know, and I've heard about it, believe me.
Yes, sir.
Because they do break down, and then they're very expensive to fix. And they always seem to be on the property owner's side of things, and then they're the ones stuck with a bill. So, look, I might be the only one who has issues on this. Has this gone before our planning board? I mean, has our engineering department blessed this for us? Stacy, thank you again for being here. I want to make sure we dot the i's and cross the t's.
Yes, sir. It has gone before the planning board, had the public hearings, and the engineering department did look at this ordinance. Yes, they did.
And they're in full support of this?
Yes, sir. It has been reviewed, yes, sir.
Okay, Stacy, let me ask you one other question.
Sure.
And then, of course, if the board members have questions. How does this save money for the ECUA, for the ratepayers? Because obviously, you guys have brought this forward. That means there's a reason, and I have to assume it's going to generate some savings for you guys. How will you save from this, and then who pays the difference?
In some ways, it would save us some funds. For instance, if there was a utility relocation, like on a DOT right-of-way, we would have to relocate each one of those services, that kind of thing, renew water services, which we would already do. So if, for instance, there's one pipe instead of 5, that's only one pipe that we would really need to relocate. Quite frankly, I think it benefits more so the developer than it does ECUA. We do get some benefit of that, yes, but again, the developer, instead of having multiple, and I'm just using low pressure as an example, multiple grinder pump stations that they have to worry about during a hurricane and that kind of thing, they just focus on one. And it's built to a standard to make sure that it holds the flow for each development. In terms of a gravity collection system, you have one gravity main going through the property connecting to ECUA's manhole. You don't have 5, for example. So again, it's going back to the number of pipes. And again, it wouldn't be used carte blanche on each development. There would be select ones where we would say, no, that's not a good fit. ECUA does need to require connection of each parcel to our collection system or water distribution system. And I think this is related to the sewer side. So that's.
If we did nothing here and didn't do this, what would the harm be? What would the costs? I mean, what would happen? I mean, obviously this comes for a reason to us. So what happens if we don't do it?
It's for ECUA, we would continue on business as normal. The commission would likely hear from the commercial development community.
They're asking for this? They're asking?
They haven't, yes, sir. In a sense, they have. We've said no on certain developments. We required separate connections. We've heard some grumblings about that, and this is a way, well, if you really want to do that, then you're going to have to make it private. You're going to have all the agreements in place. And not only that, it is commercial, it's not residential, so commercial has usually the means to take care of and maintain a much smaller lift station than you would in a private residential station like we've had in the past. I'm really hate that ever happened.
It was horrible.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's the reason why I'm asking questions.
Yes, sir.
I don't want a
Absolutely.
repeat job. Robert and then Stephen.
Thank you. I would say I understand the reason for it. I mean, 5, one pipe instead of 5 definitely makes it easier as we're, installing broadband or doing whatever. I wanted to see what the board would think, though, is that, I mean, it's not a change, but it's in there right now, is that it would be based on the approval of the local utility authority. So we wouldn't really see these. I mean, it does say that an acceptance letter from the appropriate utility provider should be submitted to the county prior to the final recommendation to the board. But I didn't know if we would want to have it come in front of us before it, or designate somebody in our staff to review them and actually have a decision point there, as opposed to just hey, we sent you a letter saying that it was being done.
Well, I kind of would like that because a lot of times these big developers, they get it all together, they put it all together, and then they put the costs 100% on the tenants. I used to have a triple net lease. That means everything that happens, any plumbing issues, anything outside, underground, everything, they put it all on the tenants. So, they develop it, and then, and the thing to your point about the one pipe versus five, what if at least if you have 5 pipes, if you had one pipe and it backs up, 5 businesses are down. If you had individual pipes, I like the redundant capability there. So, like I said, this kind of came on kind of quick. What's the we got one more hearing on this one before we finalize it? Or is this a one-off deal?
This is a one-off deal. If you want to table it, we can.
Absolutely. Would it be any harm if we waited about 30 days? Because I'm going to reach out to my friends that are in commercial real estate, particularly on the leasing side, not necessarily development side, because they're the ones who are going to be, I think, would be stuck with this.
Yes, sir.
No real rush on it if we take another 30 days?
No, sir. There's no rush to us, so.
Thank you, Stacy. All right,
Thank you.
Stephen, you recognized?
Oh, I'm happy now.
Okay. If you're happy, I'm happy. Okay, so the chair would entertain a motion on this.
So do we need a motion to drop it, or?
To table it? Motion to drop it?
Motion to drop it.
Second.
Motion and second to drop. Please vote. And staff will bring it back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'll wait till you finish this.
All right, the motion to drop passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill not present. Consent agenda.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Stacy, of concern, I see Claire back there and I CRA in the partnership of the large septic to sewer project, septic to sewer project that we're getting, particularly in Brownsville. The roads are being torn up, and is it the intention of ECUA to pave those roads completely or just patch them?
No, sir. It should be to go back and pave the roadway. We would not.
That's,
go
Claire,
back
is that
and
what you'd
patch, so-
understand? Because, that's what I thought, and then someone referred back to you and said we're just patching it. So, because, not to put you on the spot, but,
Yes, sir.
they've torn up Brownsville, and it would be problematic to me if we're not repaving them, and if we're not, well, how do we make sure that we do?
Yes, sir. All right.
Hi,
So
Claire.
my understanding, they were just gonna patch what they've done, what they tore up.
But, Stacey, I'm hearing that that's not the case.
I'm not sure.
It's, excuse me, I will look into what's going on there. I want to say that we don't typically do a sewer expansion job where we just install the sewer and just patch the roadways. That's due to have so many laterals going across. I would like an opportunity to look into that. I'm not sure what the plans show, but, and then circle back with you if that's
No, that
appropriate.
would be
Okay.
wonderful, because we
Gotcha.
want to be good partners, even if,
Absolutely.
we need to get with Wes and our road department. We got to coordinate our road paving with tearing up streets. We can't, I can't in good conscience allow for our roads in my district to just be patched, even though we're putting sewer in. Even if it means we need to find money, but I'd like to get a clear understanding.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you. I'll get you back up with you on that.
Thanks. Claire, would you follow up with Claire and please just
Yes.
figure
Yes,
that
sir.
out? Thanks, Stacey, appreciate you. Sorry to put you on the spot, but it's hard to find my representative sometimes.
I appreciate that, Lumen. So Horace, your consent agenda, the chair would entertain a motion on it.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Please vote. I seconded it, Delana. Just to be kind of a maverick. There we go. Because I can. All right. You like that? I like that. All right. All right, that passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill not here at the meeting. All right, moving forward here now, we are going to the County Administrator's Report, Car Technical Public Service Consent Agenda. Wes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 9 items on the Technical Public Service Consent Agenda. Please make the following changes. Drop CAR 1-9, recommendation concerning MSPB appointees.
Okay, do we have any speakers on any part of this? No speakers on CAR? Chair will entertain a motion.
Move car 1, dropping item 9.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second, please vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Wait, here's the results. 4-0, it passes with Commissioner Underhill not here.
And,
You recognize.
sorry, I was going to say, that was not just car one, that was for the consent.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's what it
I said car one.
No, that's what, she got it, yeah, with the dropping of 9. All right, yes, Lumen?
Rodriguez or Wesley, I mean, and it's pretty quick. So, and I know this 10-year plan has nothing to do with facilities, but I would want you to get with facilities because from riders, staffing, location, logistics of our building is 20 years outdated. So I would like to see a plan coming back real quick on that facility at that place.
Yes, sir.
And I know that Joy Blackman has some ideas as well through engineering. But in my opinion, that location is totally unacceptable for the safety of citizens. I mean, the parking lot's too crowded. You can't park, you can't turn around. So I would like to see an updated plan and a plan brought forth for, what we do with that facility.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving forward now to CAR 2 Budget and Finance. Wes, you recognize?
Mr. Chairman, there are 35 items on the Budget Finance Consent Agenda. Please make the following changes. Hold for speakers, CAR 2-5 and CAR 2-13.
Second?
Second, and I had matched the 31. You got that too? Okay.
I had the notation on 31, and then so that is for everything besides 5 and 13 with the addition to 31, just to clarify.
Mr. Chairman, give it
Yes.
just 1 second.
For now, that's the motion for now.
Hold 22, too.
22? All right, we'll just take a new motion. Yeah, all right. We're going to hold 22.
We can just, there's nothing else in that portion for me, Mr. Chairman. Robert can maybe just edit that motion instead of a new one. Yeah, 22. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so just what was said by Wes plus 22, and that's good for me.
Okay. Your second stand?
My second stance, yes.
Okay, so we got a motion, a second, with the addition of holding number 22. Okay? Seeing no further discussion, please vote on the balance.
And Wes, although we're extending the janitorial for 6 months, I see that we do have a 30-day option if we get the bids out and get this together, correct? That's correct. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Did it come up? There it is. Okay. CAR 2 passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill not here. Okay, we're now at item number 5, recommendation concerning a contract with DPZ, and we have some speakers. We have one speaker, Teresa Blackwell. You're recognized. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, all of you. And so tonight, I'm very happy to see 2 items for Beulah. This one, which I seem to be losing focus. Let's see. Oh, the Beulah Master Plan. This is this one, and it's great to see us come to this. It's been a couple of years, and the other, I'm happy the Triumph funding is coming up too for the infrastructure on OLF 8, and I'm certainly for that also, and I may stick it out for later to talk about it. But I reviewed all the attachments on the Beulah Master Plan item, and staff has done a great job on soliciting this purchase, this action, and I'm very pleased with all the work they did and the words they put into it. And then also, I know the committee must be pleased to see this come to fruition after all their work. And let's see, I guess, everyone, happy with the whole thing, and happy for the support of this master plan. Beulah is a unique place with a lot of natural beauty and character to preserve. DPZ will do just as good a job with this master plan as they did with the one for OLF 8. And as I looked at their, what they submitted, they're using the same team, and they were all excellent before. And so I look forward to another master plan. And we need something better for Beulah, better on the west side of 9 Mile Road than what's happened on the east side. We don't need haphazard commercial road cuts in and out of the same typical fast food places. We can do better in Beulah. So we have something different there, and we can preserve it while still providing housing for all the people who need it, and a great variety of housing. Something different maybe than apartments and single-family homes. To hit all the points in the market, which Peter Pizzelli will, help figure that out. So thank you very much. I'm very happy this is at this point.
Thank you for being here, Teresa, and I will say for my part, when I first ran in 2016, it was something that I heard from a lot of folks, and so I agreed to do it. We formed a committee, a 9-member committee. We met for 13 or 14 months. Then COVID happened. But in that time, we took a lot of good input. We had a survey with UWF, and we had over 5,000 people from the 32526 area code that gave their ideas. So this is really going to be a citizen-driven plan. And, we put it out for bid. We didn't have a whole lot of folks that bid. DPZ, it's no secret that there was some tension when they were doing their plan at OLF 8, and I was, I was not happy with some of the things that happened, but I will say this, at the end of it, what came out of the hopper was very professionally well done. I mean, it's a great looking plan. So they were the successful bidder. I look forward to working with them. I look forward to having charrettes in the Beulah community, and in reality, we probably needed a master plan out there probably 15 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, long time ago.
I don't have a time machine, but I can tell you this, when I say I'm going to do something, it's going to happen. You can take it to the bank. And so I said in 2016, 2015 when I was running, I would do it. I met with people at the fire station. You remember you were at some of those meetings, and it just took a while, but we're doing it. And I'm proud. I'm proud to get it done, and I'm looking forward to participating. It's going to be great.
I think it was fortunate that DPZ worked on OLF 8, so they had a lot of background work done already.
They sure did.
So that they were able to do this at a price that others wouldn't come in and put all that work in for that price, of that high of a caliber. So I think it's all working out for the best. So I certainly support passing this item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair would entertain a motion on this.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I want to be supportive of you. I don't know how I don't know how I can be. I mean, I think I don't know if it's go back to the drawing board, or if it's I realize you have made commitment. You've got a working group. I mean, but the one respondent, I realize they put out multiple
solicitations,
multiple solicitations, but it's the feedback of how many firms were sent the emails requesting. I mean, that's not there's got to be some other way to penetrate the market for people to do master plans, and I don't know what that is, but on some level, I think we need to, go back to the drawing board a little bit.
We solicited it. We had one person come back and put in for it. We pulled it back and we resolicited. It's been about a 6-month process. So, it was a campaign promise that I made. So I'm certainly going to vote for it. I can pass the gavel and make a motion, but the price is good, and like I said during my comments, Steve, none of us like the way that whole thing went down. I'm trying to move past it because I do want what's best for that community, and I do think that I've had my individual differences with members of that team, but I think that price is good. I think they will engage the community, and I do think they will come with a good product at the end of it, and would just ask for your support for something in my district that I've promised, that I've got Restore Act money to pay for, and let me take the ball and run with it. I mean, I would hope I would get the support.
Jeff.
Obviously, look, I'm not happy that we didn't have more bidders, more different firms to choose from, but at the end of the day, they won the bid. Yes.
I mean, it's restored money. It's still money that our board has control over. I mean, they're still our partner.
Sure.
And that's I'm not sure that that's the behavior of partners.
Well, again, in a perfect world, maybe we'd have 10, 12 bidders, but for 300 grand and just a little bit more than that for an area between two rivers as large as Beulah, with what we've got out there, I would say this, Stephen, you're going to have more than one crack at this. We approve this today. They got to go do the work, and they bring back a product. Whether or not you support it at that point, this board would have a lot of, would be showing a lot of deference on whether or not to approve it. But look, I want to make a
Jeff, listen, I certainly, empathize because you've been doing this 6 months.
6 years.
6 years, candidly, I'm sick of master planners that present designs and we never implement them. I mean, it's great designs that look good on paper and you never can implement it. And
Sure.
so, I mean, and that's typically what I've seen from these deals. I see your passion. I see where Commissioner Berry is coming from. What I would ask, because I want to help you land this, because you've helped us land things. If you waited, you said 6 years, I thought 6 months. Mr. Levingood has just got on. He hadn't been in more than about 30 days. I see him nodding his head to give it 45 more days to give Mr. Levingood an opportunity to do his job, to make sure that you're spending $300,000 and there's nobody else. And so I wouldn't want to kill your project, but if you would give it 45 days, that gives Commissioner Berry opportunity to feel comfortable. It gives Mr. Levingood, I mean, he's actually being responsible for something that he didn't procure in 6 months because he was not in the position.
Jeff, could you come up? I want to make
it's
sure
up.
that that's right. I mean, I
hope it's right. I mean, we just.
I thought he put this
last.
last one out. That was my understanding. Well, it's been 6 years.
So, I mean, I would like to give him 45 days, Jeff, to just.
No, I hear you. Mr. Levingood, did you put this procurement out?
The second time it was solicited, it was under my watch.
Okay.
I started in February as deputy purchasing manager.
Mhm.
I can honestly say that from day one, things had my name on them, and we were constantly improving our processes.
Sure.
So the fact that this has been out, I'd say the results have come back for a couple of months now. I'd say that we're making massive strides every month as we go forward, and we are trying to uncover new ways to find new opportunities, new vendors, and things of this nature. Given that it's gone out twice, though, excuse me, given that it's gone out twice, and in both instances we only had one response, and it was the same respondent from both, I would suggest that we're not only up against finding someone to work this project, but we're also up against all the vendors that are already busy with other government-funded projects and things of this nature. And so there's a level of competition that is different than what we're used to in the current market. And so I would recommend...
But Jeff, would you say that there's been a level of probably a preference to DPZ because they've had information because they've worked on some projects?
I would not say...
so
that-
as you level the bidding process.
I would not say that DPZ has done anything untoward as far as kind of making sure that they're the only one. Now, their competitors may feel that way because if they've done something with OLF 8, they may have some background information, and the competitors may not feel that they have a true competitive option.
Right, and
that's not
the
something I
perception
can-
is the reality. Jeff, I'd support it if you put it off, 30 or 45 days, and that gives my colleague a level of assurance. And so, and Jeff
Absolutely.
gives you a chance to really push to do your job. You were not the director. I mean, I would expect $300,000 that you would get someone to at least
Absolutely.
present.
Yes, sir. Be happy to do so, whatever you decide.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. So 30 to 45 days, could you turn it around that quickly?
I believe we could. I'd rather lean more towards the 45, but if you need 30, I can do it. If we could do 45, I feel like we'd have a good opportunity. I'd want to make sure that the scope is reviewed by our team to make sure that it's sending the right message to potential bidders.
Okay.
So, and make sure that we've dotted all our i's and crossed the t's, if you
Sure.
will, and we put a package together.
Yeah, I
that's
mean, not just put
attractive.
it out, but to recruit respected and qualified respondents,
Absolutely.
not to just post it.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
I think that's, I don't know where my colleague, Commissioner Berry, is going, but that's what I would expect.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Bender?
I'm sorry.
Yep. Jeff, did you have any inquiries from other firms, or was it radio silence? Did you have?
I would have to double check, which I can do. I've got my computer in the back of the room here. I can check and see how many questions were submitted. I don't believe that there were a lot of questions submitted. There wasn't a lot of action. There was quite a few firms that looked at it, but we did not get any responses from other than the one.
Again, I think, I thought this was like the third time. I thought we'd put
Feels
it
like
out.
the third time.
Yeah, so, and it keeps coming back with DPZ, and so, I mean, Jeff, I'd be willing to support it tonight, but I hear what the other ones are saying, but.
Well, I appreciate it, Robert, and a 2-2 fails, so look, I can count. Steve, if it comes back and it's DPZ again, then what?
Well, I mean, the first I saw of this was Friday when it was when it was posted to the agenda, that this was coming. So,
I think it's been out there. That's the first time you saw it, was Friday?
that this was going to be the recommendation?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's in your district, so I'm sure it's something that people are more
Well, I've been
communicative.
behind
People
the
are
scenes cracking the whip, trying to
Yeah.
get it done.
People are more communicative with you and your district than they would be, most of us. So, and of course, when I found out Monday that it had gone out a couple of times and still just one respondent, it's, I don't think there's, you have waited some period of time. If we put it out again and that's the one respondent, that's the one respondent. But, I didn't like the process.
I didn't
I
either.
didn't like the tone. I didn't like the comments. I think the board, the reason the output product ended up the way it did was the board had to get very involved in the end to end up with something that could possibly work for our community. I don't think the direction that it was going to go without the board getting involved the last 3 months, I don't think that was going to work at all for our community.
You're absolutely right. I agree with you on
And-
that. I agree with you. It's tough.
But I agree with Steve on that. And listen, I'm certainly, I vote 99.9% of people, some in their district. But I hear what Jeff's saying, that he was there. But I'll tell you right now, one of the problems I have with the janitorial contracts, I have minority vendors who submitted their bid bonds 2 years ago that still hadn't got their bid bonds. And so there are a lot of things that need to be straightened out in procurement. I know Wesley Hall's doing a good job, and Jeff's done that. So Jeff was there then. And so there are still some problems for me in terms of procurement, particularly when we have one bidder. And so I would like to have that straightened out.
No, let's
and
do
I'd
it
be
then.
supportive.
Let's-
I mean, I think that, it's not going to change the world if you wait 45 days and Commissioner Berry can be good. So, I mean, I think that, Jeff's doing a great job, but he still has some things that need to be worked out, in my opinion, in the procurement process.
I have no problem, guys, if we want to push this back out. And I would simply say, the staff, to their credit, they came to me and they said, look, it's just the one firm again. And I had heartburn the first time around, and that's why we put it back out. But I get it. I mean, some of the things that happened during that last process, I mean, as you can hear, there's lingering issues with myself too. And I was, gonna move past it, but I want to move, when we move past this, I want to move together as a board. So in deference to my counterparts, I'm going to ask that we put this back out for 45 days, see what happens. Because when we make the vote to hire someone to do it, whether it's DPZ or anyone, I just want a good plan. We've waited 6 years to get a unanimous vote or even a 4-1, if he shows up ever. I'm willing to wait 45 days. So the chair would entertain a motion on that.
So move, Mr. Chairman. You'll find support.
Second.
Motion to second, please vote.
Yeah, I just hope we get responses, Jeff. I mean,
Well, if we don't,
Well, we don't.
then we'll see what happens.
You can get a
Mr. Chairman,
response.
like I said, you've got my commitment. We give it one more college try, and we get what we get.
I'm perfectly fine with that, guys.
You know, I don't-
Appreciate it, and look forward to seeing what we get. All right, we're going to move on to our next item. We have speakers for item number 13 concerning the renewal of the Merit System Protection Board Services contract with Mr. Wells. Is
I
Mr.
think he's waving in support.
I hope so. I don't even, where is he?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Okay, he's back in the back. You're going to wave in support, I'm assuming? Okay.
Second.
All right, motion and a second on 13, please vote. All right, that passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill not here. All right, next up, I believe that moves us to CAR 3, our discussion items, and we've got a number of discussion items.
Commissioner May had held item 22
Oh,
as
I'm
well.
sorry, Commissioner May, item 22, you're recognized.
Yeah, Rodriguez Rod, I got a couple questions on this. I mean, no one was here, but obviously we're going back to damages that were done in 2014. So what are they assessing?
So I'm going to, I'll be the secondary this time. I'll allow Rob to.
Yeah, I mean, I started walking that building in 2015, so I don't even know why I need an engineer now to tell me.
Commissioner, we're looking at installing flood doors and hydro inflatable dams, and we had some equipment, raising up some equipment that was flooded and trying to flood-proof and dry flood-proof that area as we move forward for those same types of events. We have a lot of work to do at ECAT at the existing location, as you well know, and this is a step in that direction to try to mitigate future flooding events there at that location.
So this is just mitigating, this is not the removal of the drywall and painting and things like this?
No, this is actually prevention measures to keep the building from flooding. Some FEMA-approved flood doors, like I said, some.
So this is a FEMA claim or a hurricane claim?
It is FEMA.
So this is a FEMA reimbursable?
FEMA reimbursable.
Okay, and Wes, obviously you were not in that, I mean, it's going back to 2014, so I guess this is not repairing drywall or mold, this is something.
That interior work's complete. The interior remediation work was completed.
Okay, so when I read in the backup, this is due to 2014, that's not necessarily why we're doing this, it's to prevent future
It
flooding.
goes back to the storm of 2014 and the FEMA claim that went in then, and this is all ground level protection to prevent water from penetrating the building again.
But so my good, Robin, you wasn't here, so I'm certainly not holding you accountable. So the repairs from 2014 have been completed?
Yes, as far as I know, they've been complete, yes. The interior repairs. Some of the exterior repairs we're still addressing now, the stucco repair, things like that. This particular recommendation is to put in the preventative measures all around the building to keep it from happening again.
So, Wes, all right, so for me, we really ought to look at, I mean, we're gonna put this money in design in the bill. We really need to look at the age of that building. We need to look at the location of that building and, how we plan to exist in the next 3 to 5 years.
I agree absolutely.
I mean, I'm not gonna vote, I mean, and so now I really have reservations voting to do design work with it because quite frankly, it's been overlooked and ECAT's been, quite frankly, a stepchild here, and that facility is inadequate, the parking's inadequate, the location's inadequate. I mean, there's safety issues as far as I'm concerned, so I really have real reluctance to supporting these mitigation efforts in terms of looking for construction, unless, we know that this is going to be the location that we're going to be in the next 5 to 10 years.
Well, we will absolutely pursue a different location. I'm not sure how long that process takes and the money that it takes to design a new building and construct, maybe it's, adding to another bond. But, that is a pretty lengthy process, even when things go expeditiously, but we will certainly follow your lead.
So, I mean, with this, what do we anticipate the construction cost to be for these?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
What do we anticipate the construction cost to be? Because these are just design costs here.
I don't have the estimate right now on that.
Commissioner May?
if you're interested in dropping this item, especially with the comments earlier that you want to move the building, you know, this, whatever it was, $80-something thousand was just for design, not for the cost, and either wait until we get the cost estimate on what it, to put into the building. Again, I don't know how quickly we'd be able to move that building, but you'd find my support on that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I know we're not going to move in 2 to 3 years. And Rob, I wouldn't hold you accountable, but, I mean, if you're, I see Elizabeth coming, so, I mean, is it grant money? Initially, Rob, you're absolutely right, I would drop it. I mean,
So this is when I've been digging through 2014 projects from the floods. I
Yeah.
found that this mitigation was approved through FEMA. It's not a grant, it's part of the actual disaster that we had submitted to do mitigation on the ECAP building that just frankly never got done. So FEMA would pay 75%, the state 12.5, and we'd be responsible for 12.5.
So if we decided to relocate that, could we still use that FEMA money?
It's only to mitigate the current building. We can say we don't want to mitigate, or we can move forward with
So,
mitigation.
Wes, can we just drop it and then I get with you and get with them? We'll drop it and go over that, yeah. Second. I'm moving to drop
All
it.
right, we have a motion and a second to drop. Please vote. All right, motion to drop item 22 passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill not here. Okay, now we're up to the discussion items. We have a number of speakers. We'll start with CAR 1, a recommendation concerning amending the residential rehab grant program. Clara Long, do you want to come up and describe it, and then we have speakers? And thank you for working hard on this.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate your work on this.
I'm sorry. So I meant to put for option one or option 2.
Okay.
So if we go with option 1, basically to just allow any uninsured homeowners fee to be waived, homeowners insurance requirement to be waived. If we go with option 2, it eliminates that altogether. And I have been talking with other residents that stated that they also too have been having trouble, trying to acquire insurance. And when we put this program in place, it was, over 27 years ago. So people probably had homeowners insurance with their mortgage. And now a lot of the properties have been paid off. And so we're good with either option. It's just like I said, option 2, just eliminate it altogether.
All right. We have a speaker, Melissa Pino. Did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Chairman Burgash. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. I was surprised that, Tim, are you signed up?
For the next item.
Oh, okay, I didn't want to jump the gun on him, and maybe it should have been for the next item, but I think they're close enough that I'll just state my remarks quickly here. There's nothing that the BCC can do about our insurance turmoil, but it just astonishes me that it's not a topic of more frequent conversation. To me, it's just a sign, I don't mean necessarily by you all, the population is just so beat down and fatalistic. I mean, it just gets worse and worse, and now we're going to see what happens with Ian and Fort Myers. I mean, we could have another 6 carriers walk out of this state pretty shortly. We could have our entire insurance market collapse because the legislature absolutely refuses to do anything about this problem. And I, just speaking from my own experience, at the very last minute, 2 days before my Citizens was supposed to be canceled, the Citizens of Last Resort, I was able to save it because I sent them engineering designs, architectural designs, timelines, emails, and battled my way in to an agent that was receptive. My insurance agent told me it was never going to work. She's like, "You're killing yourself for nothing." But miraculously, it did work, and no sooner did I get that fixed than now Liberty Mutual flood insurance is just not taking payments from loan processors. So my loan processor has sent the flood payment twice, and they changed their address, and now it looks like Citizens is going to purchase flood insurance. I can't wait until we can get out of the insurance racket. So this is something that you guys really can do. It seems like such small potatoes in such a limited portion of the population, but in any way that you guys can, if you can help your constituents, I wouldn't blame Tim if he didn't want to ever get insurance, or if he couldn't get insurance, but definitely he can't get insurance until his windows get fixed. And the lien is still the lien. It doesn't change anything with the way the program works, so I hope you all support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on this from anyone? Any appetite for which option or any option? Chair would entertain a motion.
I'd be open to option 1, but
Okay. So your motion would be to approve it with option 1?
Yeah, Commissioner May seconded it.
Okay, motion is second. Oh, wait, Wes?
Claire, do you want to give any more on the options? What exactly what would happen if?
Yeah, I would just say, so option 1, basically, it only applies to homeowners that did not have insurance, because one of the requirements was the insurance. Option 2 eliminates it altogether.
Yeah, so I think option 1 is the smarter one.
And any improvements that the county pays for will stay protected under the 2-year lien.
Under option 1 or option?
Either one, but
Okay.
we are all for either one, but I'd say option 2 would just eliminate it altogether, and that way we don't have to think about it.
But Claire, how's the county protected with insurance in either way? I mean, so tell me, how's the county protected?
We're not protected by the homeowners having insurance.
Right.
It's just when the program was initiated 27 years ago, most of the homeowner had property insurance.
Yeah, and so,
So
yeah.
it's not protected.
Yeah, I see Keith Wilkins here, he probably implemented that.
But the investment is protected with the 2-year lien.
All right, so we have a motion.
Yeah, the lien is what protects the county's position.
That's correct.
The insurance is not protecting the county's position.
Correct.
In any way.
Correct. So that's why I
it
say
doesn't matter.
option 2
Quite frankly, it
is
doesn't
the better
matter what the
option.
insurance is.
Right.
Yes.
Because we have a lien on the property.
Yeah, it's just a lien on the property.
well, I mean, I think the insurance. I mean, would you not get paid if the insurance paid out?
How would they wouldn't pay the county.
If you have a lien, they would. They'd have to before they
And that's-
dispose of it.
And that's the only difference is that
Well, what would the insurance pay on a window repair?
What's that?
I mean, on a window repair, what would the county be? I mean, the max we're getting is $6,000. I mean,
That's
all you do,
correct.
if the house burned down, I mean, we'd be so far down the line of getting any money, we wouldn't get anything.
Absolutely.
I mean, deductible, a window blows out, I mean, they're not gonna file that on the homeowners and give it to the county. It's the lien. I mean, the lien is really to protect them from selling the property.
Correct.
Yep, absolutely. We have a motion and a second on option 1. Any other discussion?
I mean, I'll do whatever y'all wanna do. I mean,
I think that's
the homeowner
reasonable.
insurance doesn't bother me.
Well, option 1 would waive the homeowner's insurance requirement.
What's your motion, Robert? I mean,
yeah, it waives it in uninsured homeowners. It would still require it for it wouldn't eliminate it. For an uninsured homeowner, it was option 1. It waives the homeowner's insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, I think that's.
for me, on the insurance requirement, I care less to put the insurance requirement on it, because here's the reality of it. Most low to moderate income people are not gonna have insurance after what's happened in South Florida. People are gonna have to, if they own their place, they're trying to make ends meet. I mean, and they just don't have insurance. I mean, in many, rental owners, I own rental property, I self-insure. I mean, because it's just so expensive, to have it. So, I mean, that's the
I mean,
truth.
again, this is, if you don't have insurance, you're still eligible.
Right. I'm good with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, please vote. All right, that passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill off the dais. Now we have item number 2, and we do have a speaker, Tim Smith, you're recognized.
Tim Smith, 310 West Sunset. Gentlemen, thank you for all your help. That's all I was asking, was to get that insurance requirement taken away, because it doesn't do anything for you guys. The lien covers you.
You
Mr.
won,
May,
Tim.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bender, Mr. Berry, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Chair would entertain a motion
So move.
on item, okay, so we have a motion, and a second on item 2. All right, please vote. That way Tim can finally relax. All right.
It's unfortunate you didn't have any representation here.
Uh-oh. All right, that passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill absent. All right, next up, item number 3, recommendation concerning the appointment of the Escambia County Contractor Competency Board. Before we take the vote, though, I was asked by a constituent today why we weren't picking 2, because we have 2 openings. Can someone enlighten me as to why we're only picking 1?
I mean, I can.
Yeah, okay, here.
All right, so this is a layperson?
Yes.
Larry was a business owner?
Okay.
So there's specific requirements on who they are.
Okay,
So
all
we
right.
hadn't advertised that before.
So the 7 were just for the 7 lay?
The 7 for
Okay.
these are the layperson people.
So we'll be going out for other additional?
I believe it's already out. I don't know when it
Perfect.
closed or if we're out. I know we're out, but, so.
Perfect explanation. Okay, good. Now we're going to take a vote, right? Okay, she's going to
Are
pass.
any of the people here to speak, Mr. Chairman?
Let's see. Okay, well, Larry's here. We do obviously have speakers on this. Let's see here. Yes, we have 2 speakers. We got Melissa and we got Larry Downs Jr., but none of the speakers that have signed up are the
I
people.
mean, before we vote, can we hear the speakers in? Or-
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. All right, so we'll start with the speakers. We'll go with Larry Downs first.
Hello, Larry Downs Jr. I know this is for the layperson, so this is kind of for them and for others as well, on the business side, contractor side, engineering side, whatever. I just want them to make sure that they're aware and that anybody else is aware that if they submit their application for this position, that they need to be mindful that, you know, this commission could throw them under the bus, so to speak, in the event that they disagree with their recusal or with their decisions. And I want to remind whoever does get appointed to these positions, whether this one and the next ones, that they understand that they're supposed to represent the citizens and not y'all's feelings. And I get it that y'all's feelings were hurt because I had a legitimate reason to recuse myself, just like y'all do when y'all recuse yourself. So I just want them to keep in mind that they're here to represent the citizens and not y'all 4 or 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa Pino.
Thank you, Chairman Burgash. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Obelisk. I hope that WEAR got that one okay for the puff piece later. Larry should not be the only sacrificial lamb on the Contractor Competency Board. Now, he knows that I argued strenuously that he should go. I don't know any of these folks, so I'm not up here to advocate for any of them. What I am here to advocate for is that the county, whoever is doing it, I don't know if it's been a hot potato or who's taken charge of it. I was BCC'd on that bizarre email that came out from that fake email address. I was one of a few people. I don't know how many people were BCC'd. Talking about all the things, you know, that had to do with the contractor who was up for a license and another contractor who had sponsored him. I didn't post it because I don't post things from anonymous sources. I vet my stuff. I tried to get back to the email address. I told them, you know, if you'll call me, I want to have a conversation. There was no phone call, but then, of course, it got posted up on ECW, or I wouldn't even be addressing it. I let the county know about it, and I did let some people know that there were some things in the email that were true. And I hope that it's not stuff that we speak about a lot because we get threatened to get sued when we do. So I hope that the county, who doesn't have to worry about that and has all of the taxpayer money to be able to defend itself, will continue to strenuously examine these things. Not just the people that are coming forward now, but the people who currently sit the contractor competency. Because Larry knows that he was spin doctoring after, you guys voted to put him off. I mean, all of those emails or videos that he made, they were full of crap. Larry recused himself because he said he could not help but be biased towards the contractors. He even named him. He even said Jesse. And then he said, try as I might to be objective, I know I possibly could not be. That's why he recused himself in the end, not all of the other reasons he's talking about. And he's ignoring the fact that the recusal rules are different for a quasi-judicial board than they are for your board. I think a lot of people realize that that was propaganda. Apparently WEAR didn't. Maybe they'll know now. Just continue to vet everything with this as much as you possibly can. Thank you.
All right. Okay, next, gentlemen, we're going to take a vote. We've got 7 individuals on a ballot, so just vote for one.
Mr. Chairman, I have a discussion after this, too.
Sure. Okay, we can do that. You want to have, here, you're recognized. You want to, it might be several ballots if we have a tie.
Mr. Chairman, and I'll ask to have this confirmed, but I believe there's a member that has missed the last 5 meetings. I know with most boards, it's usually after 3, but I believe on this one, it is after 5, you are removed.
Is that by statute?
I believe it's, I believe it's in the,
I'm just asking.
no, I think it's just in the contractor competency board. It's what I was told.
Is that in your rules?
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, could you come forward, please? I want to ask you something.
I'm good.
So we've had one member, was it another layperson that was not showing up, or who?
I believe it's a plumber, I think.
I'm sorry?
I think it's a plumber.
Plumber.
A plumber position, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think
Okay.
it's a plumber.
Okay, and we've reached out to this person?
You're correct.
Okay, we've reached out to this person to see what's the story?
Well, I know that he's been busy, but I don't know the last time he missed. I don't know what he had said. But
And they don't get paid the
Jennifer did.
They don't get the $50 unless they show up, right?
Right.
Okay, all right. So Robert,
Yeah, that's the plumber slot for the board. Yeah.
okay. All right, Robert, so, that's good information.
Yeah, so I would say if that's the case, then we do it. I don't know if it has to come to us. It looks like it can be a roofing contractor, an air conditioning contractor, a mechanical contractor, swimming pool spa contractor, or master plumber.
It can be one of those.
It can be
It can be an MEP, or it just has to be a plumber.
it says master plumber.
That's what I'm saying, but it can be one of the MEPs, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. It could be one or just a plumber.
The master plumber is not a mechanical contractor as well, but it could be any of those.
Okay. I mean, if that happens naturally, then why don't we just let that happen and let them put out a call to have people apply? What do we have to do?
We don't.
Okay.
Thank you for coming up. I just wanted to make sure everything was, all right, Robert, so, yeah,
we
we'll
can
see what
agree. We can agree the slot's open and have them put it out.
Okay,
I don't-
perfect.
All right, so while we were talking, did we get a number?
So, Mr. Chairman, we have 3 votes for Mary Jordan and 1 vote for Michael Silver.
Chair would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second, the motion for Mary Jordan to be added to the contract competency board.
Does that work, Delana? All right, please vote. All right, that passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill not here. Okay, next, moving forward, we will talk about the, I think we're next up is number 4, Keep Pensacola Beautiful funding discussion. Yeah, I was reached out, someone reached out to me about that. When we talked about funding that organization, we talked about $100,000, Keep Pensacola Beautiful coming out of the solid waste fund. I mean, in my district, I don't know about you guys, but in my district, there's a lot of littering. I mean, we've got, and that's a perfect funding source, and I believe that organization's done great work for us. So I'd like to bump them up to 100 grand. I think if we did that, we'd get our money's worth, and citizens complaining to me
Bump
about
them up,
littering.
how much, Jeff? I just didn't understand what you said. 200 grand or bump them
Up to 100 grand. Yeah, I think we ended up funding, and I thought we had funded them 100, but somehow we funded them at like 72.
That was their request, so I think we fully funded them.
I know we added money because I made the motion to add the money.
Right, so we added it to the request, but I think, I know Donald had been working on this and met with the organization.
Right.
And he was going to bring something back after we got
If
through
that's
budget,
the
so I
ask,
think that's what this
if
is.
that's the ask, that's fine. I'm getting complaints about, as long as they have the capacity
They
and
do.
the people to actually get out and do the work.
Sigrid has reached out, and she said that they can do it, and that
Okay.
would be very helpful if they had the additional money. So maybe if we could do a motion to just bump that number up to the 100,000 from the
Okay.
solid.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Robert.
Sorry. I know when I met with her, there was some issue with the getting the money sometimes. So I don't know if there's a way to.
I don't know if we can help with that.
Okay.
I think
She's
that's
gotta
an
go through
issue.
the process.
I think that's an issue that's more broad than that. We don't have we don't have the checks. So
Well,
I can't help with that.
I like the idea of them going out and cleaning up litter.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine. If the motion is to bump their allocation out of solid waste this year up to $100,000 even for the year, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion.
What's who managing this? I mean, make sure they're getting.
That are off the streets. I mean,
It's
who,
managed by Waste Services, Don Sites, not Don Sites' bunch. They're the contract manager.
so how's the case meant to follow up through in neighborhoods? I mean, is there someone going behind? I mean, how are we monitoring the litter pickup in the neighborhoods? Because I agree with you. Many of my neighborhoods are horrible.
Commissioner, typically what we do is we give them a route, so to speak, several, 2 or 3 different routes, and then we track how many times they make that route and how many cubic yards or how many bags of trash they collect, and we can provide that information, that status. That's what we've historically have done.
Okay, that's fine.
As part of the backup for the budget meeting, there was a spreadsheet that was included that actually had their breakdown for the different districts and the waste that they picked up.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't need, you're monitoring it. I just need to know who my officer needs to contact. I don't want to write that with Wes. That's fine. That's good.
I did share with Sigrid also that if we have complaints within the community that come to Waste Services, we'll pass them on to her as kind of hotspots.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because it's an issue. I appreciate the motion. Second, gentlemen, let's go ahead and vote on that. Appreciate that motion, and I know that that's a perfect funding source, because there's lots of money in it. And that passes 4-0 with Commissioner Underhill off the dais. All right, next up, a discussion on the Navy Point shoreline restoration. Gentlemen, I added this to the agenda based upon a study that I received and numerous complaints that I've received about this project over almost the entire time I've been on this board. So we've got a number of speakers, and so we'll go ahead and go through the speakers one by one, and then we'll talk about the study. I don't know that. Was that study disseminated to my counterparts on this board? Okay, good. All right, we'll start with our speakers. Number one, first speaker, William Norvell. Thank you for your patience and waiting. I know you were here earlier, but we have to do it a certain way. You're recognized.
William Norvell, 314 Southeast Kalash, Navy Point. I guess I'm a little confused on why it's coming to the commission and not the Marine Resources Committee. We have 2 members from the committee here tonight, so I'll let them address that. Also, unfortunately, we don't have a District 2 commissioner here, so
No.
I'm hoping that Mike Kohler would be advised of this before any action happens. And understanding when this was funded years ago, that the money that was allocated, if you gave them $2 million, I'm sure they could have done a lot better. But for the money they had, and there are people here that are going to that oppose this, that begged us to come fill oyster shell bags and to stack them until they got placed in front of their house. That's just my take on it. Well, I've heard it's not true, but, you know, I know that she asked me to fill them up until they put them in front of her house. But my take on the thing was erosion is one factor, not the overriding factor. Cleaning the water with oysters, live oysters, and increasing the habitat for fish. And 50 years ago, the fishing in the bayou was probably better, but 20 years ago, I don't think the fishing was as good as it is now because the oyster reefs allow habitat for smaller fish and shrimp and that. So I just ask that we have the commissioner from District 2 involved in this before any decision is made, since it's his district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Keith Wilkins. Good evening.
Okay, Keith Wilkins, 520 South 2nd Street, Warrington. You see the issue is personal. It's been personal for a long time and political also. And I guess just to highlight some of the personal aspects of this, Dave McGee, the author of that report, is my daughter's father-in-law, in full disclosure. The staff here, the county staff that's worked on it, are very dear to me and their friendships, and I hired most all of them. So I'm in the middle, and I really want to try to be objective. And to take the personal aspects and political aspects out of it, I just want to emphasize that this is about science. And science is not personal. It's not a win-lose situation. Science is facts. Testing theories and proving theories are dispelling the facts. So I think we should keep it at that level. And in the report, and Dave McGee, the author of the report, is online listening and might be able to chime in, I don't know. But just to quickly summarize the findings of that report, Dave found that it's the wrong application in the wrong environment, that it's a failed project. There's no net benefit, not a serious net loss either, but there's no net benefit to the shoreline there. The result is it's rapidly oystering the beach because the bags are breaking up and the shells are dispersing along the beach, changing it from a sand beach to an oyster shell beach. It's only going to get worse. The sooner they're removed, the better. And of course, there is an issue out there. There's issues with water quality, there's issues with shoreline erosion, and there's issues with habitat. Those need a more comprehensive study. And I would implore the county to engage that study. I'd also just like to mention that what Bill says about the resources available, I'd commend the county staff for taking this on. They realized there are issues there. They went out and found the resources. They took the initiative to get it done. And with all living shoreline projects, that's a fairly new science. Project Green Shores, which Dave designed, was one of the first ones in the country that I know of. And they all require monitoring, they require adjusting. It's not unusual for that to happen. Removal is already allowed in your permit. So I would just say that given the results of this, of oystering the beaches, the human use conflicts with it, that I would ask y'all to remove them and to conduct a more thorough study on what the real solutions are there.
Thank you, Keith. And let me, for the benefit of people watching who may not know your credentials, explain what you used to do here at the county.
I started with the Neighborhood and Environmental Services, so Clara Long's job and Chip Kirshenville's job. That was split into natural resources, and I took the natural resources side of it and was here for 17 years.
And so you have a professional opinion, I mean, when you give this opinion?
I've not looked at the data as much as others have. I did walk the project yesterday, and I wish my bayou was as healthy as that shoreline is. I could not tell that the living shoreline has made much impact anywhere. pro or con. I saw some areas where there was still active erosion. I saw an area in particular where the grasses were being promoted because of the presence of the shoreline. But overall, I can't tell that there's, from my one walkthrough, I couldn't tell that there was any real benefit, and the detriment is that those bags are breaking up, and they're going to continue to break up. The monofilament UV is degrading, and they will continue to break up. Right now, I guess it's estimated that about 1,000 bags have broken. That's a lot of shells. There's 35,000 out there. So, I think it does need attention quickly.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Sure thing.
Larry Downs Jr.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Yeah,
Hey,
please.
Keith, nice to see you.
Hey, good to see you.
Hey, so, and I realize you said you just walked it, but, and the study itself, you don't I mean, just the content and the science part of the study, you don't necessarily disagree with any of what was put together?
Of Dave McGee's study?
yeah.
No, I don't disagree with any of it.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate that. Nice to see you, buddy.
Commissioner
So,
Baker?
Keith, sorry.
Sorry, yes.
So, of course, we've come a long way in 5 years, right? I mean, at the time, this was, I won't say acceptable, but this is what they were doing, right?
Absolutely, yes.
So, but as we said, I mean, they've come a long way. I mean, I know the Oyster Corps project is something that the estuary programs help support. I saw their presentation, I think about 2 weeks ago, from the grant program that we awarded them last year. And so they're I don't say newer technology, but there's different methods, different options out there that you can still do this. I think they had like a prism or something like that you filled a more structural product. But I think, and I'm going to talk to Glenn when he gets up, but I mean, their oysters were in this bayou before, though, right? I mean,
I've heard that historically oysters used to inhabit Bayou Grande. And what Bill said about water quality, that's absolutely true. I think it's the oysters have to be alive, and right now there's not many live oysters out there on the reef or in the bayou.
But on that, though, I mean, we had a giant void of oysters throughout the bay system this year.
Correct.
Right. I mean, so it's not necessarily just at this one location.
Right. There was a die-off system-wide this year. But I think here the conflict is with the human access to where these oysters are versus, and I think the county staff probably has a plan they would like to present that would help oyster the bayou, but out of reach of human contact in the deeper water and further offshore, not necessarily as a living shoreline, but it would certainly be a water quality improvement project.
That's good. Okay, thank you.
Sure thing.
Larry Downs Jr.
Hello. How y'all doing? I did a video, Larry Downs Jr., I did a video on this project probably 5 years ago, right after it got installed. And, and at the time, Douglas Underhill liked me. And I did the video and I said, hey, this is garbage. This is garbage stuff. You put this stuff on the shoreline, it's ridiculous. Now, unlike Melissa, I'm not, vindictive. So I'm not going to come up here and say, that all her stuff is propaganda. I call it for what I see it. And this oyster shell is never going to work. I said it then. I say it now. It's never going to work. You just put some oyster shells out in a bag, and it's going to magically, what are you going to do, sprinkle fairy dust on it? And at the time, it was follow the science, right? Follow the science, just like with the COVID shots and the mask. Follow the science. Stay home. Close the outdoors. All science, right? And here we are with some ugly oyster shells that are, kids. I swam in that water since the age of 5 years old on with my grandparents every summer. And it's sickening to look at these sacks of oyster shells doing nothing. It didn't do nothing with Hurricane Sally, even though we had Underhill out there with his camera going, look at what it did. People could have surfed out here. You couldn't even see the sacks from a day later or 2 days later. It's all fake science. How about that? Fake science. Just like the mRNA super secret sauce. You know, it's the magic juice. And that's where we are. And I know y'all should do the right thing here, even though it's being brought up here, because think about Melissa wouldn't have been here if it hadn't been for these shells. So you can thank, Douglas for all these years. All these years of butting in. We could have avoided that if y'all would have just removed these shells back then, these ugly shells littering the seashore. And that's all you had to do. Kind of like me. Now y'all going to have to listen to y'all's recusal letters for the next year and a half. Because I'm going to be up here at every public forum doing them one by one, word by word. I already have my secretary write them all up. And there's no difference between any board. Those statutes apply to every board. The attorneys agreed. Y'all know it. Just sit here with folded arms watching y'all do that. So anyways, there you go.
All right.
Get rid of those shells.
All right, get rid of the shells. All right, Tim Smith, you're recognized. Yeah, don't forget your phone. You couldn't make any more videos if you didn't have it.
This is one of 3 fully recorded.
All right, Tim, you're recognized.
Tim Smith, 310 West Sunset. I've been against this project since it started. In fact, the first time I noticed it, I called WERA out and had David Gonzalez do a story on it, which I don't see WERA anywhere around now.
No, they got their story.
Yeah, it's not important to them. But it's important to me because, like Larry said, Melissa said, and even I said it, was a safety problem. You're going to have all those oyster shells all over our swimming beaches, and we're not going to be able to use them for anything because we can't let our kids go down there, we can't let our dogs go down there. And I agree with my constituents back here. It's got to go. We got to get it out of the water. It's been a long time coming. We've all sat quietly, patiently, waited for the science to say what's happening. Now we have it in. Let's do the right thing. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dean Kirshner.
Dean Kirshner, 6200 Lake Charlene Drive. Are we going to show the video? Yeah. I came to Pensacola first time 50 years ago in 1972. And I lived with a family in Navy Point. At the time, I thought, it's a quaint little neighborhood. It's very nice. But I swam in the bayou. I could get out there and swim in the bayou. I thought, this is magnificent. Now, I grew up in a place that I think is heaven on earth, southern Marin County. I understand about, I'm not an environmental engineer, I'm not a scientist, but you can swim out there, you could at least. And this is not personal. If I've spent 8 years in County Commission District 2. I can't say that Gene wouldn't have approved of this project, but I know that he would be against it right now because it doesn't do anything. And in fact, it's dangerous. So the best thing that the County Commission can do is to direct staff to remove those sacks. And then you got to sweep, you got to rake the area. And make sure that people, you're going to have virus that's going to be growing out there. It's a bad project, and it wasn't managed. And the first time I saw the video that's going to be played, I thought, oh my God, it's right there, front and center, in living color. So please consider directing staff to remove this project. all the dead oyster shells that are out there in these bags that will continue to just break away. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Glenn Conrad.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Glenn Conrad. I'm at 17 Northwest Gilliland Road in Navy Point. Actually, I started living there in 1957. I learned how to swim at Gibbs Point. I'm familiar with the waterway from White Island all the way past the old railroad trestle going to NAS up to what used to be Arts Fish Camp at Gulf Beach Highway, the old Gulf Beach Highway. So in my living memory, I can see and recall a lot of changes in Bayou Grande. I'm going to take the other side here. I think that this Living Shoreline project was actually a good one. And the issue here is removal. I would add to that enhancement. I think that we should look at it more closely as a estuary program. I've seen personally, moving forward to today, I've seen personally some improvements to the water quality, to the shoreline emergent grasses, to the submerged grasses, to the marine life, including killifish, pinfish, crabs, some redfish around these oysters. They like oysters. And there have been oysters in Bayou Grande all along. There's oysters on most any hard substrate you're going to put in that kind of a water body. So an issue here really is kind of the issue of removal first off. And so let me run through a couple of issues if I may. So the project is we had a grant for this. If you take them out, you're going to spend more money to remove them. You're going to dispose of them. And do you have to refund the grant money? Number one. Number two, does that impact future grants? Okay, so that's just something to consider as a project issue. On the safety issue, has there been any attributed injuries from those oyster reefs or the oyster shells? Anything attributed to that? I mean, really? If there is, okay, then we have a problem. And we also have another problem because any hard substrate in a county project to include boat ramps, pilings, docks, those kind of things also grow oysters. And we better look at removing those as well. Because if you're going to take the personal responsibility away from people, then, and assume it, that's on you. Erosion. So one of the things in this study, a very brief study I think, that only looks at a few aspects of this issue, there's no issue of look at erosion in nearby areas to this that are not around these reefs. There's no comparison, okay? So there's also an estuary restoration issue. Yes, these things do help the grasses grow, and they do help the
Mr. Conrad, you're out of time.
I know, I'm out of time. Well,
thank you.
Well, thank you. I hope you do consider other alternatives.
Yes, I'm certain that we will. All right, Diane Crummell, you're recognized.
All right. Good evening, gentlemen. Diane Crummell, 2420 Bluff Circle. I have been a strong advocate for protecting and preserving public beaches for many years. Some folks might recall that I led the movement known as Save Pensacola Beach that killed Congressman Matt Gaetz's bill in 2017 that would have privatized the publicly owned lands on Santa Rosa Island, better known as Pensacola Beach. I was also a strong advocate for opening Beach Access 4 in Perdido Key for the public.
That's right.
I want to recognize and thank again Commissioner Bergosh for being a man of his word when he said if it was the last thing he did, he would open Beach Access number 4. But now there's another public beach at stake, and that is the shoreline in the water's edge of Navy Point Park. And this is no little swimming hole we are talking about. Rather, it is the second largest county-owned beach spanning nearly 2,000 feet of the coastline. I've known about this beach restoration disaster from its inception. What was once a beautiful, pristine shoreline is now riddled with remnants of an attempted restoration project gone very, very bad. Razor-sharp oyster shells litter the water and the shoreline, making it nearly impossible for anyone to safely enjoy what many have enjoyed for countless years. The commissioners and the public can see for themselves on a number of well-documented YouTube videos that Kevin Wade made what the shallow waters and the shoreline look like today. Mounds of failing bags of oyster shells has turned this once beloved public area into a dangerous situation for families, boaters, folks on paddle boards, and others to enjoy. I watch these videos in absolute shock and disbelief. What makes this worse is knowing that this mess was intentionally done. The bags are literally falling apart, and it's only been, what, 5 years? The time is now to do something before these mounds of razor-sharp oyster shells are hopelessly scattered across the sandy bottom, making it more difficult to clean up. I believe as the Director of Natural Resources, it is Chip Kirshenfield's duty not only to protect the shoreline, but the people that use it too. From the report that David McGee, the ocean engineer who owns Emerald Ocean Engineering, provided him, as well as the video proof that Kevin Wade provided, it is quite obvious that what happened at Navy Point was indeed a mistake. The videos clearly show that there is absolutely no reason to try and salvage this bad idea or to continue to kick the can down the curb. I am urging you tonight to do the right thing and come up with a solution for the removal of these disastrous mounds immediately. This shoreline should be returned to its natural state for the public to safely enjoy, as it was always meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Final speaker is Melissa Pino. Not going to speak? I see you as the final speaker that I have on my list.
I signed up Kevin and Mike as well.
Oh, let me see. Let me refresh my screen. All right, well, did you?
It's right here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Kevin, you're recognized.
And then Jeff,
And
there's
then Mike.
also Shirley Green that's been added,
It's not showing up on mine.
but I don't have either one of the other two speakers.
I just refreshed it. Let's see. Anyway, Kevin, you're recognized. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, they're
David,
there.
can I have the screen off of this? Thank you very much. So, Kevin Wade, 413 Southeast Boblets. I'll be here just about 30 years on April 1st. I taught scuba boating, taught scuba to boaters. I paddleboard. This bayou has been very much home for me for that near 30 years now. I will grant you that there have been oysters on that bayou. Yeah, they've been there. Small numbers. This is the Navy Point game, our version of Where's Waldo, but it's pretty much the where's the rotting bag. And this is just sort of a daily occurrence. I pretty much walk the entire shoreline of the Bayou Grande probably 400 times a year, maybe more. All right. Come on. All right. So this is an everyday occurrence. Where these bags are coming from is these piles. And day after day after day, the sailboat picture was from months ago. Often these things are up in the grasses. A revelation that came out today from Chip Kirshenfeld was, oh, by the way, these bags degrade in sunlight. This was a meeting with the Marine whatever at Navy Point. While I was standing there, a gentleman walked up and deposited these bags at the feet of the people there and said, I have no idea what to do with these. They're yours. And this is just every single day I'm finding these things. And when Ian went ahead and let out the other day, pulled the water of the bayou down, we got to see the far side in ways that I hadn't been seeing because of the clarity of the water. And got to go out there with the video. I did live Facebook Live.
Kevin,
that
that's
was horrible.
That's 3 minutes, man. You're going to have to wrap it up. But we've seen the videos. We appreciate you going out and
I've seen the
taking them.
videos. They're on the front page of the PNJ right now. Maybe the Escambia Sun-Times will put them up next.
Yeah, let's put it in the Sun Press. There we go. We'll get them. Who? Shirley? Yeah, Shirley Green. I don't see him signed up. But okay, Shirley Green. We got one more speaker before you. Shirley Green. Shirley Green. Did you have Kevin Wade signed up? Oh, okay, because I didn't. Yeah.
First time I've done this, so just my name and address, all you need?
No, you don't even need that. We got you. Just
You
go
got
ahead.
it already, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I've lived on Bio Grande since 1971.
Yes, ma'am.
And my young sons, when they were about 8, 10, we used to be able to get in our little rowboat, go over near Navy Point boat launch, and just do a little seining net, just a little dinky net, and catch little seahorses and all kinds of shrimp, at least 8 different species of shrimp. You can't do that anymore. When you walk down in the water knee deep now, you can feel the stumps of the pine trees that have fallen through the years. There is so much erosion over there. It's a lot. And I don't know that this oyster bagging stuff was the best way to do it, but considering this item just came on the agenda last night, and I'm betting you guys already have a decision on how you're going to handle it. I hope I'm wrong. I think we need to be able to connect with some other people, and one is the Perdido and Pensacola Bay Estuary Program. They had nothing to do with the beginnings of this. That was, 2018 or so? So I spoke with their technical director today, and he said that their science data and all has been greatly improved over the last 4 or 5 years, partially because of the seeming failure to Navy Point. And there are better ways to do things. Of course, the balance point is we don't want to interrupt navigable waterways. There are, jet skis that aren't supposed to be within 300 feet of the shoreline, but they go zooming at 50 feet, right there to, you think you got a problem with getting an oyster cut? You got to try walking out there. That's not enforced. So we have a problem with enforcement of our waterways, okay? There's just no way about it. I've got a dock out my backyard. I don't live in Navy Point. I'm on Navy Boulevard. My piling is 10 inches in diameter, but my oysters on it are like this big around. I have sheep's head. I have drum redfish. I have trout, some years. The sheep's head will come in with their big old, they have like sheep teeth, for ripping up dirt and grass. They will come in and chomp off some oysters. The plume goes all around there of pure protein. You know what that does for Navy Point and Bio Grande? It feeds everything, the estuary. It's like Chesapeake Bay. It's like the Keys. I mean, that's the beginning of the life of the situation. The tides bring that in and out. They feed our shrimp that we get in the bays. And that's where it starts. So I agree, I don't want anybody getting cut feet. This may not have been the best way to do it, but let's not just throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, we might be able to gather these things up, make a designated area, seed them. I think that was our problem. That area is very turbulent. There are boats zooming by there all the time. So I think you just put it on the agenda yesterday. It's been in the water, 4 or 5 years? We can give it 6 weeks. We can get some other experts to talk. And you may be right, but let's talk about it. Let's decide. Let's brainstorm. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. We have one more speaker, Melissa Pino, and then Mike Pino. I don't see a sheet. Was there a sheet for him? Did you fill out a sheet?
This is what I handed her. It has his name on it.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Mike, you're recognized. Or do you want to go first, Melissa?
Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. We've been talking about this for 5 years. talking and talking and talking about this. For 5 years, we have been bringing black and white evidence that this project has been failing since virtually the first point that they put it in the water. Here is the power of disinformation, because I honestly do think that Bill Norvell probably believes, because Underhill has stated so many times, and if you just repeat a lie enough, it becomes the truth, that my complaint with this started when it went in across the street from my house. Kevin Wade and I personally helped lay every single pile of shells across the street from our house. Personally helped put them down. Then we kept researching and listening to what the county was saying about the project. And 6 months in, after we helped lay the bags across the street from our house and Gibbs, we realized it was a boondoggle, and our committee pulled the project. Pulled support for it. Commissioner Bender, one of the problems is that from the time that the drawing was drawn up, there was never any technical engineering. When it was drawn up in 2013, by the time the project went in, it was already defunct science. If they would have followed the standards of 2017, even by that time, Melody Ray Kolf had already drawn up a flow chart that clearly said from the very beginning, no, 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 on our water body. And yes, it surely has oysters where she is, big, healthy adult oysters. So does our boat ramp. But we are a different type of water body over on the other side. That's a high energy estuary, and it has been since they dredged under the bridge. Much different, more still water, and to this day, people go and ship oysters off the Sunset Bridge. We don't get it on our side anymore because the salinity of the water has changed. We don't get shrimp anymore. We don't get healthy adult oysters because the county ran all the storm water into the bayou. Now, where I'm going to differ with Keith, I'm so grateful to him a little bit, is David McGee makes very clear this project is accelerating our erosion. It's in black and white. And Commissioner Bender, we sat here the evening that you had an oyster farm move its location off of Scenic Highway. Was it because of safety? Was it because it wouldn't work there? No, it was because your constituents didn't want to look at it from the top of the bluff out of their windows. There is no more time to take this project up. Please support doing it before it's even bigger disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have Mr. McGee on the line. Can we bring him up, David? Because I do want to recognize him. He's been on the phone since 4:30. Is there a way to?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. McGee. And then Mike Pino will bring you up next. Okay, Mr. McGee, I read your study, so you've listened to the speakers. Would you like to add anything? You're recognized.
Well, first, I'm David McGee, reside at 107 Areola Drive on Pensacola Beach. I'm also a native, been in that waters around there since I was 5 years old. I don't have anything particular to add at this point. I hope my study sort of speaks for itself. I admit it was limited in scope. It was not a comprehensive monitoring report. It wasn't intended to be. It had a very limited scope that was set out in the first few pages of the report. So I addressed those. I want to just make sure that people understand that I'm a big proponent of living shorelines. I think that is definitely the way to go. I would love to see oysters doing their ecologically beneficial work wherever they can safely. My study essentially says that this particular project is the wrong style, the wrong material, the wrong placement for that location, and I did not make a recommendation. I wasn't asked to, and I'm actually not ready to make a recommendation on what to do, other than to urge that any action be planned There was, one of my complaints about this project was that there was no engineering involved in the installation of it. I would recommend that at least some engineering and planning go in before it's removed to make sure that it is done in a way that meets the goals that you want without causing additional side effects. So that's about all I have to add to the discussion, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. McGee, let me ask you one question. Is this project increasing the erosion that we've seen out there? I saw the before and after pictures in your report. Is that your opinion?
Well, it's a complicated question. I hate to say it that way, but the shoreline of Navy Point, like every shoreline from Maine to Alaska, is it's highly dynamic, and it always has been, and B, it is these shorelines are responding to long-term sea level rise by having a general retreat. The shoreline at Navy Point fluctuated from year to year before the project went in, and it will continue to fluctuate from year to year after the project is installed. And whether you call an area eroding or accreting depends on exactly where you look along the shoreline, because it's variable in space along the shoreline, and it depends what interval of time you look at. If you pick one period of time, it may say this spot is eroding. You pick another interval, 6 months or a year later, you may say it's accreting. So it's complicated. But the overall feeling I have about the effect of the project on erosion is that it's a noisy response and a long-term signal of retreat. And I don't think it's going to have any real noticeable significant impact on the long-term fate of Navy Point, which is that it will be continue to retreat like the rest of the shorelines in Florida.
Do you think there are alternative projects that could be put into place that would actually work to help slow that process?
Certainly. I don't have any to throw out right now, but I think a engineered approach by competent coastal engineers could come up with projects that perform better. But it's important that the owners of the project are as precise as they can be in their expectations and their goals at the beginning of the project, as quantitative as possible as they can, so that an engineer can design a project to meet those goals with reasonable probability of success. That's one of the things I think was missing from this project. There's very little in the way of actual goals, so it's difficult to say if it actually failed. Someone called it a failed project. I don't call it a failure because I consider it a project failed if it didn't meet its design goals. I didn't see any design goals, so I think it's an inappropriate project for that spot, given the loosely stated goals of the original grant. But I use failure differently than a lot of people.
All right, final speaker, Mike Pino, you're recognized. Thank you, David, Mr. McGee.
Sure.
But please stay on the line in case there's any further questions from the board, if you don't mind.
Hi, everyone. Mike Pino. I normally don't speak here because, as you guys know, I'm a partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers, and so part of my partnership agreement is actually that I am not allowed to participate in politics in this way. But this is not about politics. This is not about persons. This is about health and human safety. And when you look at this, and you look at 35,000 bags, for argument's sake, let's say there are 200 oyster shells in every one of those bags. How many of those oyster shells are you spilling out if 2% are already on the shoreline? and they're accelerating. So what number is actually acceptable? At what point is that actually acceptable to turn it in to a health and human hazard issue? And I just really want to point that out and just sort of say that's on us now. And that's the decision I think is in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. That is our final speaker, I think. I don't have any more on my list. So with that, the chair would entertain discussion among the board members. I brought this so that we could all be aware of it. And the study has been disseminated. You've heard from the speakers. Does anyone have any thoughts on it? Commissioner Berry?
Mr. Chairman, what is it that you would like to do? What do you think?
After reading that study, after going out there and putting my eyes on it, after watching every video that I saw, and after seeing those things deteriorate, and after reading the report where it just said it wasn't effective as a breakwater. In fact, I'm going to quote from Mr. McGee's report right here when he says, "The breakwaters have not been effective protection to the shoreline or the upland shore face. The project is unlikely to reduce shoreline erosion and more likely to accelerate it behind the breakwater under commonly occurring conditions." So if it's not improving the situation, you took a sandy beach and you put a bunch of oyster shells there, there's obvious consternation. I've had no fewer than a half dozen emails from folks that want to just be able to go out there and swim again and not have to worry about cutting themselves on those oyster shell bags. So I'd like to see the project be pulled, and I'd like to do it the right way. Like the other gentleman mentioned, deep water oysters, do something away from swimmers. You know, this same sort of thing was done down along Bayfront Parkway, but people don't swim and snorkel down there. That's why it works down there. You keep it away from where people swim. I know around NAS Pensacola they have them in different areas, but they would never do it in front of Barrancas Beach, and I guarantee you we would never do this in front of the Bayview Community Center. It just wouldn't happen, and we wouldn't do it at Bruce Beach because you don't do it where people swim.
No.
So I'd like to see it be removed, and then I'd be the most fervent supporter of attacking it the right way with a study, do something that's going to allow everyone to enjoy the sandy beach, and then fix the water quality. And that's kind of what I'd like to see. You asked, that's what I'd like to see.
All right, Mr. Chairman, how about we start with just saying unwind, try to unwind what's on the ground. I mean,
I think that'd be a brilliant.
All right, that's if that's the intent, I can be supportive of that. I don't know enough to talk about what.
We'll let the scientists bring back part 2.
Yeah, what we should do and all that. But well,
I have no idea, man.
It's. I mean, if
right before,
you know,
right after I got on the board.
This is not. I don't think this is any of our projects, but I will account for myself and my dear friend that many times I've had to say, it just didn't work out. And, in this instance, I'm sure it was, I'm going to, feel certain that it was well-intended and that there was justification at the time and well-intended and everybody thought everything was going to go great. And sometimes things don't work out. It sounds like this is one of those instances, so let's unwind it. I'm all right with that.
So, Stephen, I'd like to see a study done about what we can do next steps. I mean, I think that's what Tim's proposing in my discussion with him.
Well, wait, we've got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second on Stephen's motion? If not, I'll second. Never mind. I'll second Steve's motion to unwind it. Okay. Okay, so Robert, you're recognized. I didn't mean to step on you. I'll make sure we're.
So, Tim, what would your suggestion be on? I mean, again, we have the estuary program. We have a technical advisory. We don't have a funding source. I mean, this thing was added yesterday, and I'm not saying that that's not to include removal of these, but I'm just saying I think we should conduct a study, a third-party independent study, and do it. I mean, I think. We even heard that it was a very cursory, high-level review, and so.
Robert, did we have a study to put them there? Do you know? Tim,
I
did we have
wasn't
a
here,
study? I
so
mean, obviously there had to be a study to do it. Who did that study? Who was that rocket scientist?
Yes, to my knowledge, there wasn't a study to place it.
So who came up? There had to be a recommendation because it's. I mean, I'll take full responsibility. I was on the board, but it had to be a recommendation of a professional that recommended this. I mean, I just didn't vote for it. I mean, I don't know enough about it.
So this is a project. If I can have 2 minutes to kind of.
Please. Yeah, please. Okay. For sure.
The project came about after a ship in the Port of Pensacola dumped oily bilge into the bay. They got caught by the Coast Guard and were fined $180,000. Those monies were given to NIFWF. NIFWF, National Fish and Wildlife Federation, approached the county and said, we need a water quality project improvement to offset the damages done by the ship. At some point in the past, actually it was even back when Keith was still the director, and it's in the Warrenton Revitalization Plan, is this shoreline has always had a lot of interest to try to find a way to stabilize it. It's been a, I'm not saying in that plan that this is the solution that was necessarily picked out, but it's been a very important community plan. But ultimately, we had a larger project for this area kind of thought out, and the $180,000 would not, pay for the whole thing. So it was we essentially scaled it back to meet the budget.
Let me ask, when at the time that this was approved, I don't remember, it might have been right after I joined the board, it might have been right before, but was there ever any consideration given to the fact that children swim out there, families swim out there? It was a sandy bottom. They've got a nice little park there. I've been there many times growing up here. And that these things would be a barrier and dangerous? What was the consideration?
So during that time, and it would have been, 2017-ish.
Okay.
There were ultimately, the project kind of jump-started, and the reefs were being placed in close to the shoreline, about 15 feet instead of the 30 feet that they are now. And then we started to get, community interest, community meetings, and it started to flux the project around. So there was some public involvement in terms of placement, not whether to go forward or not. But what I would like to suggest is I certainly don't have a disagreement that oyster shells shouldn't be placed in the same areas where we have active bathing.
But that happened here. That happened.
There certainly are areas.
Tim, did it go for the estuary board or the planning board or a subcommittee or, NITWIP? Who?
It had gone through the Marine Advisory Board at the time.
And they passed it unanimous and sent it on with a recommendation to us.
Right. I would have to confirm on what the votes were in the discussion, but it went through the Marine Advisory Board.
And see, Jeff, here's the problem for me. I'll support you and go forward, but I get sick of sitting here. People move on, they get other jobs, they go. Ultimately, we're responsible. We're elected.
We're holding the bag.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say, well, we don't know who did it. Well, someone recommended it, and we spent $300,000. Well, if I'm going to vote to support you to spend one penny, we're going to unwind, exactly who recommended it and where it came from. Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
No problem
So
with
you know what? If the person's gone, we're going to identify who recommended that to me as a policy board before I vote again, because you know what? In 5 years, I made the same mistake because I voted for something based on somebody's recommendation that's still not going to be held responsible.
Sure.
And so we're going to figure that out. Y'all can vote however y'all want to vote, but we're going to figure it out before I vote for it.
Vote for another, you mean another
Yeah,
project?
yeah, I'm not voting to spend another dime. We raised $300,000. It's at the end of the day, it's taxpayers' dollars, and no one's held accountable except for the people that sit here and mash the button yes or no.
Sure.
That's who's held responsible. So I'm responsible. So I'm not going to be responsible for something I don't have authority over. I'm not going to do it.
So, Livin, wouldn't you want to know a little bit more before we do anything? That's all I'm asking is let's do a study. Let's find out what the next steps are.
Did we do a study the first time?
Before we just, I'm not saying it's not going to, the study's not going to do it, but I think we should have a study to do what the next steps are.
So
hold on. That's fine, Jeff. Was there a study to recommend this?
No. So what was done at the time was best available information on how to construct. And part of what's actually being recommended to you, and I would exclude those areas that are close to the bathing beaches, because I certainly would not argue that these structures have a place near these bathing beaches. We will need some form of study or dedicated funding source to bring sand in to keep replenishing these areas. We've got two ways to do it. We can try to break wave energy to minimize erosion, or we can bring sediment in, like Nourishment on Pensacola Beach.
Right.
Right.
But
Steve, what year was this? When did we do this?
This was constructed in the fall of 2018. Sorry, 17.
Based on a recommendation from who? What department?
It came from my department.
Based on a recommendation to you? There was no study? I mean, what was
Correct.
the motivation to do it?
What the motivation is we had a funding source that came to us asking for a water quality improvement project. And so it's one of the nuances with David's report. You know, David, clearly said he was looking at from a functional standpoint in terms of keeping erosion down on the shoreline.
So at the time, that was best practices?
That's correct.
Okay, look.
So, okay.
Mr. Chairman, can you please have the audience?
Yeah, exactly.
If it was best practices, what's changed? I mean, if it was scientifically tested as best practices, well, why are we finding ourselves in a bind right now? I mean, did the science change, or, I mean, did
Well,
the technology change?
So, through the public process, when we modified the project and moved the bags out, with the exception of the bathing beaches, I'm going to go ahead and say again that I agree that this type of structure should not be around bathing beaches. There are portions of this
Even at
project-
that time, it shouldn't have been around bathing beaches.
Correct.
But we still proceeded with it.
Well, we proceeded because there was public input on which, kind of what direction would people normally like to go to swim. So there was openings left in the reefs in order to allow
So
for
from public
access.
opinion, from what you got from your public data input, is that people weren't swimming in areas that you put these bags, and now they're swimming there? Is what?
So these very clearly were placed in areas where people were known to swim. And what ended up happening is that there were breaks placed between the reefs to allow more free access back and forth. But I would agree with the discussion.
Right.
That, breaks for access to water isn't sufficient.
So why were they placed in places where people were swimming then? Why did we place them there?
Because where people swim is also areas where we have a lot of erosion. So
Yeah, but I gotta interject right here. We would have the same problem at Pensacola Beach. We would never put something like this there. We just bring in more sand because you don't want to put sharp objects where people swim. I mean, I'm not a coastal engineer, but I know that.
But it's still eroding now, and so we're going to remove them. But the very reason we put them there is to prevent erosion. So what do you do now when you remove them?
So there's just a couple parts. It's what I would still suggest is that we do unwind the project around these bathing areas.
Okay.
I think there's an opportunity to bring in a coastal engineer to look at the effectiveness of the remaining reefs. And they can make, as Chips has quoted, there's a couple options we can do. They can look and tell us that this is a failed concept for this bayou. They can tell us that they're perfectly fine as is. They could provide examples on how we could enhance it to make sure that we're resilient into the future.
I appreciate that, Tim. Any other questions for Tim?
I would say that was my ask, is that we bring the coastal, I mean, again, is it the areas just in the swimming? Is it the whole project? What is the scope of the removal? What's the funding source? I mean, there was no recommendation that I've seen on this. It was on this item. So, I mean, it was a discussion item. I'd be happy to bring some, have it be brought back and again, have a coastal engineer study it, but.
How much would it take to unwind it? Because there's a motion, a second on the floor to unwind it.
Don't we have staff? Don't we have the expertise on staff?
this-
Don't we have an actuary? I mean, that's what this area is. I mean, there's some.
I mean, we have a technical committee on the SU program. So again, that's what I said. I mean, I think with the an independent side would be in the best interest here.
But why couldn't we do any of that after we pull this
But
messy?
I said, what's the scope? I mean, is it all of it? Is it only the area where they've swam? I'm sorry, Melissa, you're not in the conversation right now.
Melissa, please.
Again, I'm asking for the scope. What's the funding source? What's the, all I'm saying is just bring it back at another meeting. And maybe when we actually have a District 2 commissioner, maybe that'd be a good time to bring it back.
For now, there's a motion on the floor. There's a motion and a second on the floor to unwind the project. The question now is, how much would it cost to do it?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. In order to vote
I'm
on
asking
it,
Tim.
Jeff, that's the motion, but there's no information on it just to unwind the project. I mean, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah. Well, let's figure it out.
Well, So it's, in all reality, I would have to come up with a cost estimate, when it was installed.
So if we directed you to make it go away, based upon everything we're seeing, based upon the angry residents, based upon the fact that the coastal engineer says it's not working, if we told you to do that, you would take that and staff it, and then you'd come back with a recommendation or
Well,
a
it's-
cost?
Absolutely. I mean,
Okay,
staff
that's
will
how
do
it would
what
work.
We need to.
I'm sorry, perhaps I should have been more clear. That's unwind, I mean, the motion to unwind it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't allocate money, it doesn't say what funds are going to be paid for. I mean, so, yeah, unwinding it is putting together a little package of what you would need from us to unwind it. I mean, without identifying, because we don't know money, I mean, it was a discussion item, so we don't, you know, nobody in good faith can give us an estimate, and I didn't try to identify a funding source. I have an idea where I would take it from.
Yeah.
But, I mean, but that's not necessary right now, but.
So let's give direction on what it would cost?
Yeah, we didn't get District 2. I mean, when we voted on it, if it was a recommendation from District 2, it's going to be taking out District 2 money.
The direction,
Period.
perhaps I should have been more clear, was to figure out how to unwind it. That's the direction. Let's unwind it, and I'm sure that Tim can put something together in 2 weeks and come back and say, okay, to scrape this and pull these out, it's going to be this, and where do you want me to take the money from? I'm sure, I would presume we're not going to have staff people do it, so we're going to have to hire somebody to do it, which has to come back to us also. So, giving the instructions to unwind it was really giving the instructions to figure out how to unwind it and come back to us and let us give you the direction. I mean, I presume you don't have staff that are going to do that.
And I'm good with that, and that's what I was asking,
Okay, all right. So
But I'm a jerk, it's okay.
All I know is we went to New York to get the Mobile.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor for the staff. Okay, so for the staff to bring us a cost estimate of what it would take to pull these out. That's what I'm.
Yeah,
hearing.
the clearest thing, I was just trying to say, I don't know what the discussion was, undo this and then do this. Well, I have no idea what the do this is. I was just wanting to segregate figure out how to unwind it, and that's all. And let someone else figure out what to do.
And I'm good with that, Steve. I
And
mean,
maybe we don't do anything later. Maybe that's the solution. I mean,
we just
perhaps.
back up, turn around, put it in reverse.
Yeah, put some sand out there. I mean,
Keep making circles.
All right,
I mean-
so would that
But
give
I
you-
mean, I still want it. If I voted on it, Tim, bring the recommendation back, who recommended it in all the supporting documents. Why did we go that way? I mean, there was a reason why we went that way. I mean, the answer isn't because the citizens said it. I mean, my kids want to, eat candy all the time. It's not healthy. I mean, as the adult in the room, you make a decision. And so I'm going to make decisions based on the best professional advice that I get from my staff, because that's who I entrust it to. And if I'm being given bad information, then that fundamentally is a problem in itself with the staff, for me, because they made me make a bad decision that cost taxpayers dollars, and someone should be accountable for that, period. And I'll stand accountable because I voted for it, but if I'm going to be accountable, someone else is going to be accountable as well.
So how long would it take you to get that estimate for us? 2 weeks?
So I can probably get a preliminary discussion within 2 weeks.
Okay.
Some of the things I'll need to unravel is, since this came as penalty funds, I got to find out whether we're going to be required to do an alternate project somewhere to offset it. That grantor is the largest grantor our department receives funds from on an annual basis. We've been averaging over $10 million a year from them. So I do want to be very careful not to aggravate the grantor. But we can unwind the nuances and then come back to you, and we'll take your direction.
Okay, does that satisfy you? Okay, so we had a motion and a second on that. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for indulging. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify that the motion is to ask staff to determine how to unwind the project, correct? I have lots of notes, but I just want to make sure.
And I seconded it, so.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
All right, please vote.
And unwind means, in your thought, what?
So, I mean, apparently one of the big issues is the degradation of the bags and the oysters coming loose and being, there for people to, to clean it up, I guess,
Right.
unwinding it. So, I've never been out there. All I've seen are the pictures and the video.
I've never been
It looks like a
invited.
mess. So
It is a mess.
I presume that I think the context of unwinding is really clean up the mess that's there is what it appears.
That's
But
okay.
if there's more to it, then maybe Tim could tell us.
Man,
that.
I don't have a lake, a pond. I mean, I got a shadow holding pond. Not
I've got,
different. It's fine.
hey, I've got a pond that's still messed up from 8 years ago, and it's about a quarter mile from my house.
Yeah, I don't-
We're working on the second dam fix, but we're 8 years and we're gonna get that. We're gonna get that lake, that pond fixed.
I understand. I mean, I'm gonna go pick some shells myself tonight. If we can get out of here.
All right, so the motion to figure out what it would take to unwind it passes unanimously, so that'll come back to us. Okay. All right, thank you. Next item is the broadband discussion. Stephen,
Yes,
you're
sir, Mr.
recognized.
Chairman. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the board's indulgence. And as may have been anticipated, the board included language in the RFP about, we had a plan for a build out for this north phase, but we also included language of, we will entertain whatever whatever your proposal is. This is the design that's been put together, but all responses will be considered. And, I thought that was important. It's a big project. The likelihood of forcing entities that, have franchises and that have, kind of service areas into, this is exactly what you have to do for us, and it's going to cover, a geography that has 3 or 4 providers. It seemed like we needed to give some flexibility to the possible respondents. So I'm glad we did that. We did get a number of respondents. I want to thank Scott McDonald for, for spending a little bit of time with me, talking through it with me some. His team, internally did go through and, gave some initial scores and some weighting. But what appeared clear, and Scott's certainly there or certainly in the back to give some comments, but I did see 2 responses, one being a joint response, one being a solo response, that really kind of rose to the top as being, seemed very feasible on a service delivery aspect as well as a financial aspect and timeline. So, they seem to have timelines that seem to work. They had financial, the financial portion seemed to be very positive, as well as the service delivery seemed to be positive. And so what I would be ideally asking for tonight is, one, have the board waive, and, Lumen, this is one thing that you and I talked about. It didn't end up getting into the RFP, but, waiving the blackout period, I would like to be able to be a part of the discussion with some of these possible service delivery vendors that are, wholly encompassed in District 5. I'd like to be able to talk to them. So I'd like the board to waive that blackout period and allow the county to have conversations with the respondents that were a joint response from Connexon and Escambia River Electric Co-op, as well as C-Spire. Both responses, they were considerably different, but they both had what seemed to be very valuable portions of their responses, and really did elevate those 2 entities, the joint entity and the solo entity, to be who it seems to make sense to try to have a conversation with. So hypothetically, if everything can go well, I was hoping to have the board waive the blackout period and allow the county to enter just discussions with that group, with those 2 groups, because it's going to take, if we're able to bring back the bones of an idea that might work, it's going to take multiple large organizations working together, multiple for-profit organizations working together with us.
Let me ask you something, Stephen,
Yeah.
because I was looking at the backup, and there was like 6 or 7 responders, and I think they had them ranked. I mean,
There was, the board had verbally given, indication. I mean, we're going to end up being the selection committee for what happens. But they did, the technical people, Scott and I don't know the other people in the office, but, a couple of his other technical people, network engineer or something, gave scores, but it did clearly seem that 2 responses, kind of elevated above the others.
Right.
And what I would like is just the ability to have conversations with those hypothetically, if things in those conversations can go well, then I would bring back the bones or kind of the cliff notes of this is what I think we can possibly put on the ground. What we have, no response covered everything that we put out. And that's where I'm at. And that's where I'm not shocked that we're there. But no single response said, look, this is what you asked for. You asked for, 14 widgets and seven gold, given 7 gold shallots. No one responded with that.
Right.
So we didn't have a response that showed that fully fit what we put out, which again was okay. But what it tells me is we're just going to have to be flexible and try to work and try to be kind of a liaison to encourage multiple for-profit entities to work together as well with us, with the state of Florida, and with possible grant funds to deploy the project successfully. So if we move forward with that concept tonight, then hopefully relatively soon I can bring back, look, this is what we can actually do on the ground, and we would have those folks here at that time to answer questions, and we would have a grid, we would have...
How long would that take, Steve?
Between not very long and real long. I have no idea.
That doesn't help me.
Yeah, no, I'm optimistic. I was, reading something earlier today. I mean, the greatest, the greatest practice you can institute for this long and healthy life is just an optimistic attitude. So I'm optimistic. It will be not very long, but it's possible. It might take a long time, but I'm hopeful that once we can have a conversation and once Scott can have a conversation, that we can come to something that I can in good faith bring back to the board and say, look, I think we can do this. And at that meeting, if we can, we can kind of bless that, we would have them here to answer questions from everybody. Then it would be a case of, okay, now we do have the structure of how to deploy the program. Now it's going to be, how do we actually enter into agreements with them, which is going to involve multiple for-profit general counsel's office, as well as the county attorney's office, as well as DEO and other agencies to make sure that the agreements we're eventually bringing back are going to make sure that we're eligible for these grant programs, which I know that's going to be navigating. That part may be more difficult than just having some agreement amongst the business development people. So we as in a full board are going to see this at least 2 more times, but I'm at least hoping, I need to get the ball rolling tonight.
Yeah, and I'm all for it, but let me ask one thing though.
Sure.
If we waive the blackout for you, at first, I just wouldn't want to, if we did that.
It's for everybody. I mean, not just for me. It's just for the board. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. And then can we do that legally without compromising our ability to then vote on it again?
We can do that, yes.
Okay.
I couldn't take that on myself to say I'm not going to follow that without us discussing it and us taking action. Yeah.
Sure.
But yeah, it would apply to everybody. I apologize. So yeah, and it's, no, it doesn't preclude anybody from having those conversations. It's just, obviously this, it's very important to me, and for this portion of it,
I don't see any of the rest of us going out and talking to people.
No, Steve, what I was going to say, listen, I'm going to follow your lead either way you go. You've kind of taken this. I don't know if you had any appetite. Since it was 7, just for competitiveness, because you're going to make people now have to partner. Would you be still open to, the top 3 instead of the top 2, since it makes it more competitive? Even though you may feel the other 2 are gone. Are you open to saying, let's take the top 3 because the bottom 4 may be so weak, and now they could collaborate or come forward. So, if you don't, I don't care. But I like
and
I like the odd number better than the even number.
Yeah, Scott's welcome to come forward. It's the only issue with doing that is we don't really. It's not a case of taking the top 3 because no one's bids were really similar. No proposals were similar. So I've got this.
I'm good with what you I don't care.
Normally,
what is the ask for tonight, Steve, so we can...
To waive the blackout period so the board can have conversations without any issues, and to allow the county to have discussions with the 2 of the respondents about trying to, and Scott, if you don't mind coming forward. So, I mean, it is your, my layperson opinion. It might be a vote, but it's not a valued opinion among people that know what they're doing in this industry. But I mean, it is your opinion as well that between those two respondents, we have a good chance of outfitting this phase of the project very successfully if we're able to somehow kind of blend those two proposals.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree.
And they really, these two did separate themselves from the others. If it was, putting a bid out for something that there would be continuity or some, some standardization among the responses, that would, or even if we were comparing, like, Dodge Ram to Chevy Silverados to, F-150s, they may not be the exact same thing, but they're very comparable. The deploying of them is going to be very comparable. In this case, I got an entity that proposed this portion. I got an entity that proposed this. I got an entity that didn't respond at all to this. I got an entity that said it'd be a 10-year build-out. I mean, so there just was not a lot of continuity.
Well, if you make that motion, I'll support it, and then we'll...
But I want to try to answer as many questions as I can. I just don't, I don't want to make up answers, and I don't have a lot of them. I do anticipate the next time I bring it back that would be the real meat and potatoes discussion where I can say, look, between this conglomerate or this partnership and this joint venture, that I think we can fulfill the service delivery to my constituents in the following way. So that next time I bring it back, I think is where there'd be a lot of substance to it.
And I didn't see the numbers in the backup. Do we have preliminary numbers yet, or are we not even?
There is some ambiguity there about what the county contribution would be, and that's a little bit of where I wanted to get some clarification on responses. But then when I was told by council that the blackout period was in place, then it was deemed appropriate that I couldn't really reach out for those responses, and Scott hasn't reached out for any clarifications either.
Right.
It was, and that's probably the best way to do it. So we just have kind of hung tight without trying to get any of those clarifications until we could have this discussion tonight.
No, look, if that's going to help move it forward, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it. So you made the motion, I'll second it.
All right, so that's what I moved to, a two-part item. One is to have the board waive the blackout period, and for the board, waive the blackout period for the board, as well as allow the county to have discussions with the respondent that included Conexon and Escambia River Electric Co-op, as well as C-Spire, and see how that goes.
Okay,
That's
all right. I'll second the motion. Is that clear? All right.
And Scott, do you have any comments, or you're good
No,
with
I'm
that?
just here to answer any questions,
Okay.
technical questions you may have, but I think you're spot on with that. That's the logical way to go from here.
All right. Well, any other, Robert, do you have any questions on that? Okay.
Thank you.
Please vote.
And Jeff, I'm, doing the best I can, try to get the project delivered to my constituents, and, keep myself out of trouble
Hey,
and do things the right way. And
believe me, I know,
It's
a balancing act.
I would thank Scott. Appreciate Scott's help, and I appreciate Jeff, kind of managing the process to make sure that second part of it stayed out, so that everybody. So that I did things the way that I was supposed to. So
Well, no, that worked out, and that passed 3-0 with Commissioner Underhill off the dais and Commissioner May off the dais. So now we're going to move to Klondike Road Bridge discussion. This is a bridge on Klondike Road, and I appreciate Chris Phillips and Joy Blackman bringing this to me. It's a small bridge, but it's really in very, very poor shape. Will cost about a little over $9 million to fix it, but the state has told us they can get it done in 3 years, and they'll pay $7 million of the $9 million. Now, we own the bridge. It's not, right? I mean, so by rights, we'd be paying the full $9 million were it not for this program.
Mr.
So,
Chairman,
yeah.
I think everybody's been briefed on this. I know that I've had some conversations, or multiple conversations with Joy, as well as some conversations with our funding friends and funding partners on it. And it's my understanding that you've got
I've got half of it.
About half, you give
Yeah.
or take, and you need 1.3 to fill the gap.
That's
Is it,
correct.
Give or take.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chairman, if that's the intent, I'll support moving that forward. It's it is a return on, it's a return on, county dollars that doesn't seem to be, it's something that apparently happened relatively quickly, or, based on some conversations this afternoon, seemed to happen very quickly, and decision needed to be turned around quickly. And if we have LOST reserves.
Yep.
If that's where you need the 1.3 from, I can support that.
Okay, great. Stephen, I appreciate that. That's exactly where I thought we would take it from our lost 3 reserves.
Thank
And
you,
we have-
Commissioners.
we
We
have
will
3
bring
point-
back clear direction. This will not be an action item tonight. We just wanted to know if we had the support. That way we can work out the contracts with DOT and bring them back to you.
Okay, so you'll bring a formal recommendation next
You
time,
bet.
just based on our discussion?
Yes, sir.
Any, okay, I guess that'll work.
That's all I needed.
Thank you,
Thank you
Stephen.
so much.
I appreciate that. All right, that's a great one. So next item on the agenda, I think we're up to the county attorney's report.
Yes, sir, thank you. With my add-on, there are 2 action items. The first one having to do with letters of support regarding Triumph applications, and the second one having to do with canvassing board alternates. Oh, there's a speaker.
Yes, we do have a speaker. Hang on, let me get back to where we were.
I think she left.
Okay, county attorney's report, action item number 1, concerning a resolution expressing the board's support for Triumph. We do have 1 speaker, but I think she's left. Teresa Blackwell? I don't see her. Okay, no speaker. She's left. Okay.
So there are 2 action items, then there's the Triumph letters and then the canvassing board add-on.
Move the county attorney's action report.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote.
No, there's Teresa.
Oh, wait,
But
I thought you had left. I haven't voted yet, so you come forward. You can be recognized. Yeah,
Thank you.
that's okay. We'll do it old style.
The motion, what was the motion?
Well, the motion is to approve the action items, so
Oh, to approve it. Oh, okay, great. I don't really need to talk then. I'm
you can
all
waive
for
and
that.
support.
Well, I'll go ahead and talk just a second, since I waited all that time.
Yes, ma'am.
But, all right, so I think this is a really good idea, in a time of economic uncertainty, to invest in that and make it more appealing to people who might want to invest in OLF8. Is there a problem with that?
No, we just have a technical thing. Please, you're
Okay, so I think this is a good idea and a good thing to ride out the storm with the uncertainty in the economy. Plus, it'll make it more attractive to bidders. When I looked at who was getting bid packages, it looked like mostly a lot of people who wanted to be subs, very few who would be probably purchasers the last time I looked at it. So, A-okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the action items. So we're having some technical issues, so let's just, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, like sign? Okay, so it passes 4-0. Commissioner Underhill off the dais, and we'll get that sorted out. Meanwhile, your discussion items, Allison, you're
Yes, sir.
recognized.
There are 2 discussion items. The first item, Commissioners, as you know, on November the 22nd, you will be swearing in a new commissioner. And as luck would have it, that commissioner, being a District 2 commissioner, would be, under the normal rotation of things, be slated to come in as the chairperson unless he declined to do so under our policy. I have spoken with this Mr. Kohler, and it is his preference to skip or defer the chairmanship his first year in service and then cycle in as the chairman during his second year of service. I understand that back in 2018, the board did do some taking out of order, and there was a board vote at that time. So we have from time to time shifted things around, and I leave it to you all. There is some interest in what the chairmanship rotation is going to look like for various
All right. Thank you, Madam
reasons.
Counsel.
So, yep.
So, Mr. Chairman, the idea that I would have would be to have Commissioner May serve as chair. I would serve as vice chair. Commissioner Bender would be in the next seat. Commissioner Kohler would be in the seat beyond Commissioner Bender, and then you would be beside General Counsel, or beside Allison.
You mean
That
for-
would,
For our seating arrangements?
for seating arrangements, which would allow, which would certainly allow to make sure that Commissioner Kohler would have a chairmanship during his term. He wouldn't be on the end. He would be between you and Commissioner Bender, and Commissioner May would serve as chair. I would serve as vice chair.
Is that a motion?
That would be my intent. I don't want to, I'm certainly open to hear from anybody else, but that's my idea.
It's a motion, it's a second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, so we have discussion. Now, when I came on board, it fell on District 1's turn, and I deferred one time. Not that I didn't know how to be a chairman, I was a chairman of the school board, but I did that so I could learn all the people in the organization, kind of the way you guys ran your meetings, and it really was helpful to me to sit back. But I mean, I wouldn't have, I don't know if I would have been keen on giving up, 2 or 3 years. A lot can happen in a couple of years, and
I mean, during one term, you still only have one chairmanship. I don't know what the difference would be if it's a second year or fourth year.
Yeah, you can only be a chair once.
No.
4-year cycle.
So I don't know what the difference would be.
Unless we start voting, like some commissions do, and just vote for the chairman. It's not ceremonial or rotation.
Sure.
I mean, I'm open to that idea. I mean, I don't care if I'm ever a chairman.
Yeah, some boards have chairman for perpetually.
yeah, well, and
Yeah, I mean, the city does it. I mean, I could.
well,
I could support that too. I mean, I could support,
I would say, guys, I was on a board like that, and it became a big popularity contest, and then the staff was able to put their thumb on the scale and keep certain districts down, and I think the way we do it here is really the best way. It's a rotation, and I think the citizens are well served by having their representative.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying it's all
Yeah.
different ways of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we do. I think
I
we're
don't care
doing
if
it
I'm
right.
chairman, vice chairman, or no chairman. They're not going to have their thumb on my neck. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, when that happens, it's going to be fundamentally a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how. Maybe they do. I mean, put their thumbs on some people. But.
I would, I would leave it up. I mean, I don't know if I'm wild about changing the order around. I just don't think part of me doesn't feel like it would be right to do it. So, I mean, if he wants to come in and be the chairman on his time, I mean, how about that? And then you would be the next would be you, Lumen, and then after Lumen, it would be Commissioner.
Well, you're talking about thumb. I mean, honestly, I think it'd be unfair, Jeff, to put him as chairman. You've just said.
I don't disagree.
I mean, coming in, I mean, there's a lot to learn. I mean, there's a lot to go in your first year. I mean, there's a lot of things that chairmen do. I mean, I don't think that's.
Well, let me
I
ask you
don't
this,
think that's
Lumen,
right.
if you stepped up to be chair and he was the vice chair,
So I think there's a policy is written, I mean, because D2 is currently the vice chair, he would not be the vice chair next year. I mean, that's how the policy is written.
right, because he would roll up. I mean, this is a
Right,
weird.
but I'm saying, but like D2 is vice chair right now.
Correct.
And so I wouldn't see D2 being a vice chair next year anyway. I mean, I know that's how it was done when you came in. That is not how it's laid out in the policy.
Okay. So what, I mean, what do you guys want to do? I mean, we'll get along, we'll be fine. What would be your suggestion, Robert? I mean, we got a motion and a second on the floor, we're talking.
I think as it was proposed is what was, is what's expressed in the policy.
Okay.
For what happens after that, we can talk about it, or we can
So
go
what
with
would
it.
that look like? What would that look like, what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay, so you're good with that?
that's fine.
Okay, all right. All right, any other discussion? Please vote. Delaney, are you good with that? You understand? Okay.
Sir, I took full notes of the rotation and the seating arrangements.
Okay, all
Yes,
right.
sir.
And that passes unanimously. All right, very good. Okay, next up, we have whether to authorize the payment. Okay, this is something I've asked to bring. We have one speaker, Melissa Pino.
Thank you, Chairman Burgash. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. Maybe someday I won't have to get up here and continue to dispel nasty disinformation on this topic, but unfortunately, it's not yet. Because today on ECW, Jacqueline Rogers was running this paramedic down again and outright lying. Now, the site doesn't matter much at all anymore, but still, I'm not going to let it happen. I'm just not going to let it happen that she can defame this paramedic and knowingly lie, because what she was saying today is that he was found guilty of his DOH complaint.
It's a lie.
So let me read from that complaint. Respondent admits that the settlement agreement is fair, okay? But above that, it says the respondent neither admits nor denies the factual allegations. He neither admits or denies. It's a settlement agreement. It's a mediation. DOH wanted their money. DOH wants the money out of all of this. We had a woman going ultra viral, throwing in DOH complaints left and right. They spent time, they spent money. They're going to get their pound of flesh back on it. And unfortunately, this pound of flesh got extracted from Matt again. And one of the things that complicated things, it's not Ms. Rogers' fault. I thought it was at the time, because I would, of course, have no idea that the previous administrator was saying very little, and what she was saying to Ms. Rogers, she was lying about it. And so again, when all of these people got arrested and or got these DOH complaints filed, who would have believed that it was all a railroading? It was so improbable. Nobody believed it. Ms. Rogers wouldn't have believed it. Why would she? So she did what is in the policy, that if it looks like the employees were doing something really bad, the county does not have to offer them, their attorney's fees. They were cast off to their own resources. They all not only had to find different criminal attorneys, all 4 of them, but then they had to go find different people who specialized in medical licensure and DOH complaints. 8 attorneys in all, and they all had to pay up front for their costs. So just as a reminder that, that's what happened, just an incredibly unfortunate situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. So I put this on the agenda. You guys were all here. You remember this young man worked for 13 years for us, and he got railroaded out of his career. And he was overheard saying something, and a former employee of ours became very, very vindictive and lodged ridiculous complaints against him that were never substantiated. He went through hell, lost his FRS. We all know what happened, and we ended up having to settle with him because of this former employee. So, but now, in order to continue with his life, he had to do a settlement. But here's the thing, the big lie out there is that he's some monster that acted with gross negligence, which is not true. After he went through the process that he did, after the settlement, he continued his career as a paramedic licensed with the state of Florida. So I put this on the agenda because I think it's the right thing to do to make him whole and pay this settlement and make him whole. And I just need support of the board to make it happen. And what I need is a finding that this is a good cause, and I do believe that it is. And if we can do that, I'm willing to pay it out of my own discretionary because I made a promise, and I'm going to keep my word if I can get the votes to do it. But this man's life was ruined by a vindictive person who lodged a bunch of allegations against him. Not only him, as Melissa stated, there were multiple other people lost their careers. And oh, by the way, one by one, they're being exonerated, one by one. And all these allegations that were thrown against these people like spaghetti on a wall, it's coming off. So what I'm looking for, and I'm willing to pass the gavel for it, is a motion that to pay this serves a public purpose. And then I'd like to pay this, if necessary, out of my discretionary funds. And I've spoken with the attorney, and I believe that's legal to do so.
Jeff, you're willing to pay that out of your discretionary funds?
I am willing to pay it out of the discretionary funds.
Okay. All right.
$6,800. How much? What is it? 60?
There is $6,610.02 that is due based on the fine and the cost of prosecution to the FDOH. And then there's $350 in fees for their efforts to get paid.
I can't think of a better use of that money.
Mr. Chairman, if you recall the settlement, some of those discussions, I mean, well, I guess those, I mean, I guess those discussions are, the minutes are public or whatever. I mean, I didn't like paying the.
Would you?
I didn't like paying the settlement to start with, but, you know, in this settlement, it does include language basically kind of relieving the county of any further. So I wasn't necessarily, you know, that receptive to the request, but with that passion and you're wanting to pay it from there, I can be supportive of that. So that's, if that's the motion, that I can support the, to direct Allison to authorize payment of the dollars that she outlined, and, you know, coming from District 1 discretionary, that's my motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Allison, does that check the box in terms of a public purpose?
It would be helpful to have that as part of the motion and vote, that there's a legislative finding that it serves a public purpose.
Motion includes directing county council to pay the payments that were noted because of a legislative finding of a public purpose, and have the source of those funds or the be discretionary dollars. I'm sorry, District 1 discretionary dollars.
Okay. Is there a second, Stan Lumen? Yes. All right. Robert, you recognized?
Yeah, I want to vote against this because I think he did release the county, and I think it's you know, we've got others that are lining up, so unless you're going to pay for those two.
We'll take them on a case-by-case basis.
I understand that, but anyway, I think it's a dangerous precedent for the county, so I'll be voting against it.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. The item passes 3-1 with Commissioner Bender voting against it and Commissioner Underhill not present. I appreciate the support, appreciate the motion, and I know that Matt Selliver and his family will appreciate what we've done tonight. And I mean, I wish it would have never happened to him, but anyway, we'll do what we can to pick up the pieces. All right, any items added to the agenda? Any announcements?
Madam Council, yours is.
Included
been
it
done?
already.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that with the action items. All right, anything else for the good of the order? All right, we're adjourned.